Good morning. This is Mayor Bob and Council. We are assembled in American Legion and all in the conference room downstairs. And today's theme is budget. Before I turn it over to Phil Fischlin, our interim city manager, I'm going to request a verbal roll call, and then I'll make about 1 minute worth of opening comments.
Mayor Giles.
Here.
Councilmember Machezik.
Here.
Councilmember Nelson.
Here.
Councilmember Nielsen.
I made it.
Let the record show that Councilmember Blower is absent.
Thank you, Bessie Jo. All right, so my 1 minute comment, and then Phil is gonna introduce today's day and keep it flowing. When many of us go to a training such as AICs or other organization puts training for city council, one of the things you learn in the first hour is the most important thing that you do annually is to weigh in, not rubber stamp, but weigh in, evaluate, provide guidance, fully participate, and own it, the budget. So I appreciate everyone having that attitude and taking it really serious. I think in the past years, we've done a really great job, but it is our number one, important thing. It may not be fun. It may not be, cool, but it is extremely important. All right, Phil.
Okay, thank you,
And Linda, thanks.
Mayor. Council members, again, thank you for being with us again this morning after your evening last night. I think along the lines that the mayor indicated, the ownership of this document is at this point, as prescribed in state law, belongs to the city manager. And it's my legal obligation to present to you a balanced budget. And I'll tell you, we're not there yet. I described it to Julia last time we talked about this as kind of like a 8-sided Rubik's Cube. Every time you push the button here, something happens over there. And so we keep working through several iterations. I think one of the good things about the approach that McCall uses is the council gets involved along the way. So you kind of see this thing evolve. And so we're not making decisions in a vacuum. And so at the end of the process, you're not seeing a surprise. And so I think that's a strength of what we do. It does consume time. And I think hopefully it proves useful at the end of the process. The energy you spend up front saves time and energy at the end, I trust. So that's what we're here for. We've got some, again, generally what we structure a budget like. You've got a major portion of it going to personnel. We discussed that last time. We can revisit that also. Operations and maintenance is also a big part of what we spend our money on, and trying to tailor that to a workable program is an ongoing struggle. Then part of what you're going to focus on today is your major capital investment. The good news is we have some capital investment to pursue. A lot of cities basically don't. And so we'll commend the council's historic commitment to adequately funding the infrastructure investment on which we all rely. We're scheduled to be here until 2:30. That is not a goal. If we get done sooner than that, nobody's going to ask you to stick around. And so hopefully we will get your questions answered and hear from you where you want to give us direction as we kind of bring this thing in for a soft landing, and get that done in an efficient manner so that, again, we're all having our hand on the steering stick here together. So I think we've heard coming in, we want to reorder the agenda a little bit to have water precede streets in terms of its capital investment due to the fact we've got people online. So we think that is just fine. And so I guess with that, if you're ready, Nathan will go ahead and turn to Nathan to kind of lead us through the two major elements of capital investment that we're going to deal with through this budget process. So Nathan,
Okay.
take it away.
Morning, Council. Nathan Stewart, Public Works Director. We have Sabrina Sims, our Water Systems Manager, here as well. Online, we have Ross Hansen from AE2S. He's our lead project design engineer and project manager for our two large capital projects in the water department. And Greg Loescher from Bowen Collins, our water rate modeler. So I asked those two to be present today to help answer any questions that you might have on specific technical aspects of our two large projects, as well as Greg. He's in the background making sure all of this is fundable and the impacts of these projects on water rates. So we've spent considerable time since the bond election incorporating various pieces of information on our overall water system into our CIP. And what I have presented and provided in the packet, I will share my screen so the audience and others see what we're talking about. And this is hard to see on the screen, but I will be able to zoom in if there are specific questions. So this is in your packet. It was updated a few days ago. And what you see in green are our treatment projects. What you see in blue are our distribution projects. Some of those overlap to some extent. But one of the things that we've benefited in having the water systems manager position is that Sabrina's been able to, over the past year, really do a full audit of principally our treatment facilities, to some extent our distribution facilities, and recognize all the things that maybe we forget or we've been missing because they've just been operating fine. And so if it's not broke, don't fix it, is the mentality, especially when you're dealing with limited funds. And we're starting to incorporate a larger view, which is anticipated and expected replacement, repair, and maintenance. And that's critical because we have one of the more dramatic demands from a flow standpoint for a water system. It's not very common that you see water systems have very low flows and then extremely large flows because of the seasonality of our community and also the differing uses, meaning we have a certain base flow that this community needs, our commercial businesses use all the time. But when we have this 75% homeowner visitation in the winter or in the summer, and now extensive irrigation component to that, it really makes it challenging. And so making sure that these systems are designed to perform at 400% of normal in June, when June's warm, and June might not normally be warm, or in September when we're hoping things are slowing down, but it's not, really taxes our system. And so we've seen the impacts of not incorporating that maintenance. Last year, you saw that we were dealing with multiple pumps that needed replaced at the worst possible moment. So I want to point out some pieces in this plan that weren't there last year, and weren't there even when we were talking about the bond election and the impacts on rates. And this is the dynamic nature of how we have to respond to what we learn about our system. But it's also important that we balance that with how do we then offset those costs so we're not overly impacting rates. So I'll go through these projects real quickly. Many of these are the same that you've seen for multiple years, but I want to point out a couple projects that have been added. Particularly, it would be the third one down in your green, a treatment pump repair and replacement program. We're allocating $70,000 per year to upgrading the pumps within the treatment plant. We are currently doing that. Sabrina, can you explain the pumps that we're replacing right now?
The Heaven's Gate pumps that pump all the water up to Heaven's Gate have been failing. So we are currently in the process of getting new pumps and new motors for both those pumps.
Including a motor that would be sitting on the shelf in the event of another problem. We have multiple 75 horsepower motors in the plant, But that's something that we observed in the last 3 months. It takes quite a bit of time to diagnose these things. They need to be pulled. We don't pull them until we're in a position where we can pull them. But as we go down the line of that pump row and at the bottom of our plant, we know that we will likely need to face those challenges. Now, we would love to incorporate some of these pump costs into our treatment plant expansion, and that's probably what we'll do. But we also need to be prepared for the anticipation that these things may be worse than we expect. The plant's 20 years old. It's operated very, very well, but it's at that point of life where replacement is necessary. And getting those replacements done before we're in the critical summer heat is really the goal. So we're not reacting, we're ready for that. Another item that you see in here that was not anticipated was the flow meter replacement program. That's the second one on it. That's a project that we can get done relatively quickly, and it's a relatively low cost project, but it's a very important project because when you're operating your water plant, everything depends on the accuracy of your data. So if you're gauging your chemical additions and your chlorination levels based on flows and your flow meters are inaccurate, then you have a problem. And what we've done over the last year is highly advanced the treatment plant so that all of the systems that are in that treatment plant are critical to letting the operators know how to run it. So we're basing our flows off of what the volume and the height and the clear well is. And that might not make sense to you, but it means we're trying to make sure we can produce as much water as possible using the information in the facilities that we have. So we need all of our instruments to be accurate. And what we find is that when we test those systems, they're not as reliable as we'd like. And so if we're telling ourselves, well, we can keep this plant producing the water it needs in time for this expansion to happen, we need it to operate at peak performance. And so putting $120,000 into our flow meters is essential to making sure we can do that. If we don't have accurate flow meters, if we don't have accurate sensors, and if we don't have accurate SCADA systems, we'll fail. So these pieces have been added, and that's important because it gives us the insurance that we can actually deliver on what we tell you we think we can do. So if we go further down and we'll jump below the water treatment plant expansion, the last item on your treatment projects list is a SCADA upgrade. You see that scheduled for 2028. Sabrina and Ross have talked extensively about this. We did a SCADA upgrade in 2017 and 2018. So you might be saying, well, why are we doing that again, right? Well, the truth of the matter is that SCADA project was done at the time using the least amount of funds to create the best result. And now that system, which relied on the existing PLCs and computers in the treatment plant, those systems are now at the end of life, and the vendors are not supporting that technology anymore. So although that SCADA improvement did help get us through from 2017, 2018 into 28, we now need to recognize that we have to do a formal update. And the reason that it's scheduled for 2028 is it makes sense to do that once we complete the system upgrades, because we'll rely on the existing system to keep the plant running while we do the expansion. And then once all of the expansion's done, then we'll implement the new SCADA controls. So
That'd be useful for the uninitiated to get 30 seconds on what SCADA means.
you bet. So SCADA, what does SCADA mean?
Supervisory control and data acquisition.
Computer program.
It's how we control all our instruments, all the processes of the whole system, from the outlying systems, the booster stations, and the water treatment plant.
So every booster pump station, every water tank has radio controls, and those radios report back to this SCADA system so that Sabrina can literally, wherever she's at in the world, see what's going on and make adjustments. And that's happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, especially when we go from 700,000 gallons at the beginning of June to 2.5 million 3 weeks into it. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So those are a couple new projects in SCADA. In the bigger scheme, it's not a tremendous amount. And we've been working with Greg to say, how does this, affect what we've been telling folks? And Greg will give a little spiel here when I'm done. But if we go into the distribution projects, the top 10 plus projects that you see there are all water main replacement and improvement projects that have been planned and contemplated and are anticipated to be dovetailed with street improvements where possible. So, and what you see is that, of course, we have our Davis Street reconstruction project. We're finishing our Sunset Placid, Cami and Chula project. And I guess to clarify, everything on 2024 really isn't up for debate. That's just it's in the works. That's happening. Those are things that you've either already approved or we know we have to get done. But from 25 and beyond, what you see is we've shifted many of our large distribution projects out to 2030. Not that they had to be done in 2026 or 2027, but trying to identify, we have a large commitment to our two large capital projects. And over the next couple years, we will see them come into reality and recognize those true costs. And so we don't want to suggest we're going to do something today and come to find that, well, maybe we can't afford to do that. So we've just kind of pushed those projects out for now in the hopes that grant funding or lower bid prices allow us to pull those projects back in. Halfway down the list of distribution projects, in the middle, you see the construct 2 million gallon water storage tank. That's the project we're underway right now. So between now and September 30th, we will have spent close to $400,000 on design efforts. Ross's team had their kickoff meeting 2 weeks ago, and we are actively engaged in getting that project out to bid this fall. We have a meeting with the Noakes family the week of the 8th, or the first week after July 4th. We'll also be meeting with the other property owner that's affected, Craig Groves, and hoping to nail down some final locations for easements and things like that. So a lot of work being done on the storage tank. But additional projects that have not been in there before, you'll see a lead and copper service line replacement plan. That is a ambiguous situation. Just attended a presentation at the AIC meeting on that, and all of the city public works directors and various officials were down there talking about, where is this going to land? The EPA has required all water systems throughout the country to do an inventory of the presence of lead within the system that the city owns, in addition to any portion of water distribution from the meter to the exterior wall of the house. That's very challenging because we don't keep records of anything past our meter. So we've been doing a major inventory. We're looking at the ages of the houses, looking at the age of the subdivision, looking at ownership records, as well as we sent out a request to all of the customers to give us information on what type of service line goes in there. So that inventory is due in October. And all the systems around the country are required to report that. What's ambiguous is that the rules also say we have to submit a replacement plan by mid-October this year. And most communities have been holding off on that because you want to get your inventory done before you know what you have to replace and how you're going to do that and how you're going to fund that. The EPA has been considering public comment on their rules, and so they have not decided whether or not they're going to keep that replacement plan deadline in place. We fully expect that they will extend it. And we do not anticipate Idaho DEQ or other agencies are going to enforce lack of providing the replacement plan, but we're still committed to meeting that. So we'll be meeting with our DEQ compliance officer in the next couple of weeks to get clarity on that. But we threw in $100,000 for lead and copper service line replacement as a placeholder in the event we needed to provide some documentation that we're investing on that. The cost of replacing all the lead and copper service lines within our system is well more than $100,000, but we fully expect EPA would give communities, say, 10 years to execute that. And everything within our CIP addresses it as well. So we threw that number in just as a placeholder. And then the other thing that you haven't seen before is a meter upgrade project. Sabrina, I'd like you to talk about this one and explain the situations that we have and what that money is addressing.
So what we've discovered this year is that a lot of setters in the town do not have backflow devices. And that's real problematic because it is a rule that you have backflow devices on all your homes. So we already have a meter replacement program. Rolling that into a more comprehensive meter pit setter replacement program does the water department better, because we can replace not only the failing real old meter pit tiles to a new, safer thermocoil type meter pit, which means one operator can go out and service that meter pit. But it also replaces that setter with a new thermocoil setter, which has a backflow device already in it. And then at the same time, we can replace the meter to a new AMI style meter, which is an advanced meter that gives us pressure data, it gives us flow data, and it gives us a lot more data that will go better with our AMI meter reading system that I plan to put in place starting the end of this year.
So a couple terms there. Thermocoil is this design pit. Our pits currently are designed where the water lines come in at 6 feet and they rise up to a setter, and the meter sits within the setter. And that sits down within the pit about 40 inches maybe, because the setter sits up. And we do that for insulating purposes so they don't freeze, and we have insulation that goes above them. The thermocoil design sets that whole system lower in the ground, and you use a rod and you grab that setter, and it's on an expandable poly line that's coiled up. So one person can reach down with the rod, pull the whole device up, and do any maintenance above. So you're not entering the confined space. These systems are used at Tamarack. We've tested them out in different scenarios, and we're now moving in that direction. So 35–40% of the city has this old style tile meter pit that needs replaced anyway, because the setters are antiquated and need to be brought up to standard. Many of these pits also are in line with our lead and copper situation. So any of these old style systems may have galvanized service lines that connect the main to the meter. So this money, this $300,000, could be packaged in a distribution project if we can justify it, but we have to identify that independent of any major distribution project, that we have funding for our team to go out and routinely replace these things. As well as the benefit is we're getting more accurate water meter data, meaning we're selling more water than what's actually flowing through them. Because when a small meter is connected to a house that does a lot of use, especially on the irrigation season. So if you have like a small 5/8 by 3/4 inch meter, the house over the last 30 years has expanded over time. We can get the proper size meter in there, and we can start charging more accurate water rates. So that's an important piece. But also has some flexibility in that if the budget doesn't allow, we put that project on hold, work on something else, and continue it on. So those are the new pieces to this program that you haven't seen before. And as I will repeat throughout this presentation, we feel very confident about 2025. We feel optimistic about 2026, 27 and beyond are planning documents, meaning best laid plans. Grants play a huge factor in this. There's a lot of money out there from the federal government being handed down to the Idaho DEQ. That's how we have our opportunity to get a low interest loan. Delta James just informed me yesterday that the city of McCall may now qualify as a low to moderate income community. And that may have huge implications on our ability to get grants that we've never had before. So as we look at this plan, although we know what we have to do in 2025 and we think we know what we have to do in 2026, the funding that comes out here may be very much dependent on our ability to secure some grants, which ultimately would impact rates. So keep that in mind. Okay, well, that's what I wanted to present on the water. I do have Greg here, and I thought I'd give him a few seconds just to talk to you about how this proposed plan impacts what he's told you on water rates. But if you have any questions for Sabrina and I on the specific projects, both she and I are here, and then Ross with AE2S is as well.
Great. Good perspective. I have a quick question. For the pump repair replacement, are we able to repair, maintain motors and pumps in-house?
So we use a company called Mountain Land. Used to be Pump Tech. Those pumps have to be pulled. So a truck shows up, the whole pump gets pulled, gets taken down to Boise, gets analyzed. All of the pieces and the parts have to be specially machined or purchased new. Most of what we see are basic signs of, hey, it's been in use for a long time. We've replaced the bearings and the bushings, all the things that are low cost we've done over the last 20 years. And now it's like, okay, the main shafts are starting to seize up. The impellers are showing pitting and wearing. And
We're able to do like the basic maintenance of replacing bearings and stuff like that. No.
No, these are such large pumps that they have to be set out. If it was a small pump, yes, we could do that.
And motors. Do you do any work on motors?
The small ones, yes,
Okay.
but not these huge vertical turbines.
a great question.
Yeah, just curious.
And they got a lot of those big pumps.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was curious of what, what our capabilities are in-house for maintaining stuff.
Yeah, our chemical feed pumps and some of the various small pumps, those are things that we replace and maintain on our own. Our soda ash machine, we've completely rebuilt that. Things in the lab, those types of things. But these types of pumps. Now we do have, with the idea of having a motor on standby, that then sets us up to say, hey, we could hire an electrician, and then our staff working with an electrician could possibly install that motor. But as far as diagnostics on something that's been down in a well housing for 20 years, it's in our area of expertise. Okay, so I guess a couple of the things to highlight. Phil has executed the task orders for our treatment plant expansion design and our storage tank design. We've had the kickoff meeting for the storage tank. We're about to have our kickoff meeting on the water treatment plant expansion. And we met with DEQ last week to get more specifics on that option for funding. We had an important meeting. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before. I can't keep them all straight. Where we met with Zions Bank and talked about the two options that we have for funding our two projects. And it's interesting how there's not a silver bullet. The private funding option and the DEQ option have similar pros and cons. I would say at this point that the team is leaning towards the DEQ option. It seems to present the most benefits and the most options. It has the lowest interest rate. So obviously the interest payments over the life of the term is much lower. But there are some benefits to the private side that we still need to contemplate. And so I think we will have one more meeting as a team before we're ready to come to the council with a recommendation and a decision. I do anticipate that decision will have to happen within the next 2 months. So Greg, I guess I'll hand it off to you, and I'd really just like you to provide a very high level overview of how this CIP impacts our projected water rates and what you will be doing over the next 3 months to help the council make a decision on future water rates.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. Thanks, Nathan. So as Nathan indicated, over the last couple of weeks, we've worked with staff to take the capital improvements plan that they've worked through and incorporate it into the water rate model. And in a very brief synopsis, what I can say is we're still on track, even though some things have changed capital improvements wise since last year. It all fits within the expectations that we set earlier this year before the bond election. The city still has, now that the bond election has been approved, the city has 2 very good funding options. Once staff makes a recommendation and the council makes a final decision on the funding option, we can walk through the final steps in updating rates this year by September, I think. As you remember, if you recall from earlier in the year, due to the bond, we expect to make some minor adjustments in rates for the next couple of years in order to accommodate that. When we do make those adjustments, I will note that we'll use the same approach we've used in 2018 and in 2022. 2018, as a reminder, we established 3 blocks progressively for big volume users to try and allocate more charges to the highest users. And in 2022, we added a 4th block. And at that time, we allocated more of the rate increase to the highest users, or to the volume charge, I should say, and less to the base rate. And we'll continue with that same approach because that's our understanding of how you want to do that. But my general report is that the updated capital improvements and the funding options still fit within the rate model that we established and the expectations that we established earlier this year. So that's good news.
Thanks, Greg.
I think your comment, Craig, about the future, looking at the high-end user, volume users paying a disproportionate rate compared to the bottom end is true, and probably becoming truer. That we look at the difficulty of a modest income living in our area because of expense, that maybe even the lowest income level or some aspect of it, that is really even ideally reduced relative to their inflation in that, so that lower income and subsidized housing in that stays affordable.
Well, Nathan and Greg, we continue to get comments like what Lyle was talking about, Councilmember Nelson. And that is, if we're really concerned about long-term conservation of our water rights issues, that 4th block or 5th block, if we create a new one, should be looked at. And we get many comments, both in writing and as we, visit with our constituents.
Okay.
Yeah, so the summary of that is, with the projected costs that Nathan just presented, in your summary of it, we will be able to, without any drastic means, continue providing the level and quality expansion and all of that with a reasonable rate structure in the foreseeable future.
Yes, I think the expectation we set a year ago was that we would need to adjust. You have a built-in inflation already of about 3% per year, and that we figured for the next couple of years you would need to bump that up by 2 or 3 more % for 2 years to get back on track to fund the bond. And we're still within that expectation. In fact, I think we refined that a few months ago down to, we think it'll be 2% or less adjustment, meaning the 3% would go to 5% for 2 years. We felt like it would be in that range for the next couple years, and we're still on track with that.
I have one question for Sabrina. It's just kind of interest. When we upgrade these meters, then as a user, let's say that your water rate, we get the information that somebody may have a drastic water leak in their house, that they're a second homeowner, and instead of them discovering it 2 or 3 months later, might we be able to provide homeowners some kind of information or of value, added value service to them?
Yes, as we upgrade to the AMI system, it's advanced metering infrastructure is what AMI stands for. You'll be able to get that information almost instantaneously.
Yeah. That's quite a value. I remember a plumber saying I showed up and there's 4 feet of ice on the bottom floor, from 2 months of.
Yeah, we often have situations where we catch it within the month. I mean, as soon as they get their next month's water bill and it's 10 times what it used to be, we get a call. Or actually, to be honest, we're proactive in that our staff reviews these water bills, and any water bill that has a dramatic increase, we send our staff out to look and see what's going on. Is the meter wrong, or is there a problem? And it's a significant amount of time, but I think we know that that's important. And most of the homeowners where we catch this and they're not aware are very appreciative of it. The technology is improving. I went to another presentation on how artificial intelligence can be incorporated into Public Works. That's changing day by day, and it will not be very long before we will have an AI sitting right next to us, helping us diagnose these things, and having advanced metering will be key in that, meaning the AI will anticipate looking at the data. Hey, you might have someone stealing water off of a fire hydrant, or you might have a leak. So we face both of those. Well, great. Thank you, Greg, for that comment, and thanks, Ross, for being online. Ross, we have a lot of work to get done between now and this fall. So I think this is a thank you in advance for all of the sweat equity you're going to put in. We've got a wonderful team. We've got some folks here in Idaho working on the civil side. We just had a wonderful presentation yesterday on some options for our pre-stressed water tank. And that was really good to get some information on what's being done, who the vendors are, how we could structure the contract or the contracts so that we can be most cost effective, knowing that there's likely nobody in Valley County that could do this work. In fact, we will likely have a regional contractor that does things nationally install that tank. So that was really informative for me. And also to get the perspective and the understanding that this team does this all the time. This is not their first water tank. And so they have a plethora of information to kind of compare our project and anticipate costs. So that was helpful for me. And we're just going to put our heads down and get her done. So look forward to presenting that to you over the next few months.
Looking forward to it, Nathan.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will switch over now. I think it's time to talk about streets. In your packet, you have multiple tables and maps. Chris Malvich is here sitting in the front row. I want to thank Chris for all of his hard effort in providing input. All of these are team efforts with Public Works, meaning some of the information that Sabrina used to provide her recommendations, she gets from her staff. Similarly, Chris does as well. And particularly with the way we manage our data collection with our asset management program, identifying where we're spending our time maintaining roads is a factor, meaning if we can identify roads where we're spending an exorbitant amount of time repairing, that road should get put on this list so we can spend our time more effectively. So this is a very similar format to years past. I have a capital improvement plan and a maintenance improvement plan. The funding for this work is your streets LOT. There's very little streets tax-based or property tax-based funding providing to this plan. And I'll show you how that is reflective in the tables. If I switch over, probably best for everybody to look at the CIP table. I will go back to sharing my screen. So here's your CIP table. Oops, let's bring that back. Maybe. Yeah, I love computers. Where did it go? Blank. Try again. Where did it go, Chris? Shows that it's there. Close it. Pause for technical difficulties. Trying to reboot. Okay, I see it. Going to share it. Okay, here we are. So inside this table, you have funding sources. And at the top of these funding sources, you see Streets LOT. So that's our focus, is what are we doing with our Streets LOT funding? Your Streets capital funding, which is right here, is what Phil and Linda provide to the Streets Department to do improvement projects. And what you'll see is that there's no money being spent. It's all Streets LOT funding. And then in addition, you have the Water Department providing some funds, franchise fees, other grants, which is something I'm excited to show you about, that come up with the total funding cost that have to balance the project costs. So this is difficult to project because from a fiscal perspective, our projects don't end on September 30th. We spend a lot of money between October and December because the projects get completed and then the big pay applications come rolling in, meaning we just paved on September 15th. Well, we pay that out in September, but then we have project closeout and engineering costs, or maybe we don't pave until October because it was snowing at the end of September, right? So we try to make this match the fiscal budget, but it's really a construction season budget. So when you look at what we're going to spend in 2024, that's really through the end of the construction season. But Linda and I have been doing this long enough that it tends to average itself out. And what I've tried to do is maintain about $500,000 always in the fund to account for some of those nuances, and then more importantly, to account for the uncertainty of what projects may actually cost when I come to you with contract approvals. So you see here in 2024, we're completing our downtown core reconstruction project. This is pretty exciting in that 4 years ago, we thought we'd be spending well over $1 million on First Street. But through the success of our grant applications, we're spending about $320,000. And you see that $2.3 million in grant funding is coming to that project. Mission Street is another success story from a funding standpoint. We're getting $3.7 million in grant funding for that project, and we're spending $300,000. That if we could do that, we would have a huge capital improvement plan. But those projects, when you think about them from a linear foot standpoint, there's not many miles on those projects. They're pretty small projects. So very expensive projects, excited to get them done. The RAISE grant match, that's our planning project for Dinehard, Boydston, and State Highway 55 through downtown. Horrocks was awarded the contract for that project, and we are eagerly awaiting a kickoff for that. They've been in negotiations with ITD on their actual contract amount, and that's just taken longer than I think anyone expected. The maintenance projects, the $240,000, you can then refer to your maintenance table, which is here. And I will try to pull that up. I back out here a little bit. And how do I want to do this? I want to focus on that right there. Then I'll pull up our maintenance table. Oops. Okay, so in 2024, we're doing some work to look at Deinhard Lane to make sure what we're recommending we do in 2026 is actually what we need to do. So we'll be doing some geotechnical testing. We are anticipating completing a chip seal contract. Our street staff has limited time. We try to do chip sealing as much as we can in the spring, but the weather doesn't always cooperate. And we also have a primary focus on street sweeping and striping. So this year we were able to advance our street striping because the weather allowed, and our contractor that helps us, Curtis Clean Sweep, was present. However, that meant we couldn't focus on crack sealing. And the crack sealing need is continuing to grow because many of our low use residential streets that don't reach the level of need because there's such low use, crack sealing is a method to keep those from further deterioration. So we are going to bid out approximately $100,000 in chip sealing or crack sealing. And that will happen probably this fall in late September and October. We have a little bit of money in there for oversight of the crack sealing, and then some money that we allocated in there because of your approval the other day to extend the Sunset Placid contract amount. And then we have some money in there, $15,000 for Horrocks to help us with this project. And what we know is that we have a large task at hand to discuss what our new streets LOT needs to be. And so adding some money in this budget to have Horrocks help us with that is necessary. And I don't have Dean Barker. You've not met Dean yet. Dean replaced Heidi Carter as the city's head staff at Horrocks, who's overseeing all of our projects from a kind of a Horrocks liaison to the city. But Dean and some of his staff have developed not only a pavement management dashboard, which holds all of the data that we collect to understand what these roads, what conditions of them are, but then also a cost forecasting model that I think will be really helpful as we sit down with the council and do work sessions on what is the real cost to maintain our system. So I don't want to go into great detail on that today. You have so much you have to deal with, but that's kind of, we're anticipating a lot of work with you over the next 6 to 8 months as we move towards establishing a new ordinance. So that's the maintenance of that 240,000. If we jump back to the CIP table and get back to the highlights, in 2025, we see we're planning to execute the Mission Street Crabs project. That's the bid alternate that we never awarded when we went down and started doing Davis. That's from Lake Street to Idaho Street on Mission, so the north half of Mission Street. That project also would include adding bike lanes to that section because that's in our planning document that bike lanes would be needed on that road, and some small stormwater improvements. We also have Davis Street Crabs Phase 2. We'll be bidding that out for construction in 2025. The additional match that we need for the RAISE grant. And then what you see in 2025 is now we start into design on multiple projects that will happen into the future. We've settled on the fact that the best way to do this and be as knowledgeable and conservative in cost estimation is to design in 1 year and construct 2 years later. And the reason that is that the funding in your budget gets allocated right about now. So by October 1st, we know our budget. The design would happen the following year. So you get your budget in October 1st, you design summer of the following year, so summer of 2025. By the time we get done the design, we've already missed the budget window. So we want to be sitting with our best preliminary or final engineering design in April, not in December when we actually figure it out. So, well, we get it in December, but we need it in April. If we thought we'd know it in April, we'd be behind the 8 ball, and we may not be actually predicting the right cost. So we'll be designing Woolley, designing Reedy, and potentially designing Warren Wagon. That's probably the least confident we have for construction in 2027. And that way, when we come to you in the spring of 2026, we're much more knowledgeable because we completed the design. We're not in the middle of design. Does that make sense?
Like, quick question, the street lots is up for when is it? Next year in the spring?
It'll expire in 2025.
So it expire in 2025. So will it get voted on next year?
Yeah, the plan is to go in May
Mhm.
for that election. That way, should it not pass, we can then go the following May. We have to have a full year if it fails. But,
Gotcha.
so May gives us a little bit of a buffer.
I didn't highlight this when I finished 2024. 2024 is fun because we're spending $1 million of streets LOT and we're leveraging $7.7 million in grants. I'm very proud of that. In 2025, we have a different scenario, right? We're spending $4 million of streets LOT and 0 grant dollars. But that changes as we move down because we're doing some design work. And actually, that's not true. Our Davis Street project has quite a bit there. So I think that total just wasn't included in the version that we have here. Other things to talk about in 2025 is campus parking lot design. So we did receive that grant from the FTA. We don't have a signed agreement yet that will come to you in the near future, but we felt very much that we could not pull that off for next year. So we will complete that design next year and we will reconstruct the campus parking lot in 2027. I think time is always to our advantage because we will make some decisions on what we can get done with that project, as well as what we can get done with our current project. Phil and I have been discussing, can we allocate enough funds to complete the south parking lot that's kind of directly behind the children's garden? And basically complete the portion of the campus that's just from the plaza east. Because we have a contractor, we have a bid price. That was a bid alternate. We did not award. And so optimistically, we'd like to get that done. We basically assumed we can't get it done until we have the money. But we just heard yesterday, there's a $50,000 Laura Cunningham grant that may be coming through. So that may play a factor in that decision. That decision will need to be made by August 1st. So, but if it doesn't get done in 2024, we would certainly try to incorporate that south parking lot into this project slated for 2027. That project does not include that portion of the campus. So we'd have this new section here on the east, new section for the central and the west, and we'd have this little gravel area. So we've got to address that. But that's a fun project, I think, for the organization as well as the community to get that parking lot up to standards. I know we've all been living with a bunch of dust and mess, and the challenge of getting that taken care of is going to be big. We've got some good partners there with Central District Health, as well as Urban Renewal contributing money to that project. So those are the projects we're very confident we fully expect to execute. The bidding for those projects, the Woolley, Reedy, and Warren Wagon and campus parking lot would not happen until the fall of 2026. So we wouldn't actually know the cost we're spending until then. If we move on into 2026, this is a placeholder. The first one, the Deinhard State Highway 55 Southwest intersection connection. That's a match with our developer partner, as well as ITD, to address just the southwest section of that intersection. We've talked about that, so unless there's any other questions there, I'll keep moving. We do complete campus construction in 2026 for the parking lot. We start in on a Mather design project, which is going to be combined with the water department. And then you see the major project in 2026 is the maintenance project. And I should probably back up because the other large ticket item in 2025 is a 1.6 or more $1 million chip seal and microsurfacing project. And we can talk a little bit more about that when we switch to the maintenance. But what you kind of see is we're doing a year of heavy spending on maintenance projects, and then we bounce back to a year of major road reconstruction projects, and then we try to get right back into doing the maintenance. The goal is to have everything be a maintenance project, right? Because we're spending money on many lane miles, keeping our good roads good. As soon as they get to a point where we cannot chip seal them anymore, now we're spending much more money rehabbing them, which is 3 times the cost of chip sealing. And if they get beyond that, then they're into the capital side of things, and then they're 5 to 10 times more expensive, especially if you start thinking about pathways, stormwater, or sidewalks, street lighting, landscaping. They're very expensive.
Nathan, you mentioned our partner on, I'm looking at 2026 on the Dinehart Southwest
Correct.
intersection. Who is our development partner?
That's Perpetua.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I got it.
So I actually just got an email this week that they want to meet with us. We have not heard from them in 6 months. So we'll see where they sit. But the idea and the expectation is that if they were able to secure a permit from the Forest Service to construct their mine, that they would want to complete these improvements so that the majority of the work that they're doing is ready when the mine starts. So they want to get this improvement. So when they have to haul some of the large mining equipment, that intersection is set up for that. And we don't have to go through the downtown. But if that project doesn't happen or it gets delayed, which you've seen, I've had that capital line item in 2024 and 2025 and 2026. So it'll just probably stay there until the Forest Service decides what they're going to do.
Yeah, I remember. Thanks.
So in 2026, we go back and do another major maintenance project. And the reason that this is more expensive is this is rehab. This is pavement milling and overlay, or asphalt removal and inlay. Principally, that's going to be on Dinehart and Boydston and some other streets. We'll talk about that in a second. But you see 2025 and 2026 are really large investments on maintenance.
Will we have more definitive answers from ITD on the highway versus Dinehart for 2026?
Yes, before 2026. ITD has budgeted to repave State Highway 55. The challenge is that everything underneath 55 is old, in the wrong place. And if, we have some stormwater issues there that the community is aware of, that I think ITD acknowledges. So the purpose of the RAISE grant is to get that vetted, because it makes sense to get that infrastructure moved and replaced. So in my water budget, I do have a distribution project within that window to replace some water mains. But getting the sewer district as well as ITD to commit to stormwater improvements is important. So I don't know, Colby, if it's going to be, hey, we need more time to get that figured out, and they will just go forward and repave the existing system, just knowing that it's going to get torn up in the future, or if we can actually Band-Aid the highway so we can get all that infrastructure.
That's kind of my question for the whole Dinehart thing. Is a wise investment on the maintenance at that point, and how things overlap?
Yes, I think we have an obligation to maintain Dinehart to the city standards, because It's basically, that's our asset, that's our chip that we can offer up as an exchange. So if we provide them with a road that needs tremendous maintenance, then they're going to provide us a road that needs tremendous maintenance. So I think if we do our part to maintain Dinehart and Boydston to the level that it needs, and if we put the investment in now, we're not turning it into a more expensive reconstruction project. When that time comes, if it ever comes, to say, hey, we're ready to do a swap, well, our asset's in good shape. Therefore, we don't have to spend as much money, or there's less investment that we would have to make in that exchange. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Everything you said makes sense, except your comment about if that happens.
Yeah.
We're really interested in seeing that happen, and hopefully, yeah, so keep us abreast of that, because
I think the reason I say if that happens is because I'm well aware of the financial implications of the city taking over State Highway 55. And if it's not a good deal, I have a hard time believing the council would do it.
Because there's major expenses potentially. I mean, we're talking in the 10 million range, right? We look at stormwater and I mean 10 to 20, we don't even know. So it's a lot connected to that.
But the raise process will provide that information.
Yeah.
right, and our assumption has been on council that it's a negotiated thing, like, and you described how we take care of our assets. It's a good bargaining chip. So keep us posted on that.
Okay, so we went from high level of confidence in 2025 to pretty confident, hopeful in 2026, 27 and beyond are planning. So we want to do this. We think these are the highest and most important needs, but we're now getting further down in time. There are a lot of factors that play into that: grants, development projects that come through, etc. So 2027, we do anticipate, well, I can tell you with Woolley, we have a large grant. And so that one's probably, if we do our part, we will be doing that project in 2027. Reedy is a smaller cost project, very important to the community. It's in bad shape, so we fully expect that that one can get done. Warren Wagon is an interesting one. We know we need to spend money on repairing that project, or that section of road that the city owns between State Highway 55 and city limits, which is Quaker Hill. We would really like to apply for a grant with the county, maybe an access to federal lands grant, whatever's out there. Anytime you can have a multi-agency collaboration, you score really well. We've been discussing that with the county for the last 4 to 6 years. Other priorities, the county's had other priorities. So we fully expect to sit down.
I'm in a council meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Meg, put you on mute there. So we're hopeful that we can sit down with the county and say, hey, can we make this happen? That may push that project further beyond, but if we don't get that opportunity, we know we need to spend money on Mather, or sorry, on Warren Wagon. Colorado Street's another one of these projects that we know we need to address. I could show you on a map challenges of Colorado. There's a house in the middle of our right of way. There's a lot of things going on there, and there's a developer that has entitlements that should be doing some work, and we're waiting to hear from them right now. I think their entitlements are probably going to expire, so that project may be dead. But
you're talking East Colorado.
Correct. Yeah. This project would do Colorado Street from Sampson Trail all the way to First Street, right? And what we had not too long ago was a Maverick development that would have helped participate in that improvement on the west side. But assuming none of that happens, the condition of that road is so poor that we have an obligation to do something there. And so trying to get the design money in there so we can get intelligent about what we're doing so we can reconstruct it in 2029, you know, it needs to be there. And to think, okay, well, you're not going to do anything on that road till 2029. That's the story for now. We will pothole patch. We will do everything we can to keep it as well as we can. But I think that's a big project. And there's a lot of moving parts. In 2028, if things go well, we'd be constructing our Mather project from Mission to Brundage and Brundage Loop. There's water project or water funding that also needed to be added in there. So there's a correction that needs to be made to the table. And then we also show in 2029 completing the stormwater improvement project down at Art Roberts Park. That's another project that has great opportunity for grants. A wonderful collaboration with the Parks Department to make that facility better, improved, safer, ADA compliant, the whole 9 yards. So, but it needs to start with the design. So we start that design in 2027 and hopefully construct it in 2029. Any questions on the capital projects? And then I'll quickly go over the maintenance projects and then we'll be done. I will show you the map since we actually created it. So you have your map, which is probably the easiest way to follow this. And what you see is, okay, we are touching a lot of different sections geographically of the city, but we spend a tremendous amount of money and it's really only on a few streets. So you see we've got Mission Street getting done this year. This is a placeholder for that southwest intersection improvement. Woolley, we know we've got grant funding for, and Reedy. Davis would be constructed here in 2025. Mission Street in 2025. Campus parking lot 2026. First Street's happening right now. Brundage and Wagon Road. So that's kind of the lay of the land on our capital projects. We switch over to the maintenance tables. There's a lot of details here. I don't want to go into too much discussion here, but just to show you all of the different streets that are in our chip seal and microsurfacing project. Principally what we're doing in 2025 is chip sealing and microsurfacing everything we've paved in the last 5 years. So your downtown core that hasn't been chip sealed, Spring Mountain Boulevard, Davis Street, those are the low hanging fruit, and then additional roads that are still in good shape that we can chip seal. So
Nathan, could I add something? I think sometimes we can get criticized by the public for doing this to a street we just paved. And I think we need to understand that treatment so soon after the initial installation is the mechanism that you use to extend the life of that street. And so people can point to streets that are worse condition than the one we're dealing with here. But in terms of the long-term integrity of the street system, you're going to make those investments on a maintenance basis in order to keep up the investment that you made when some of the other streets are maybe too far gone to waste money on. Is that accurate?
That's correct. Yep. Probably Idaho Street's one of our best examples. We redid Idaho Street in 2018, I believe. It should have been chip sealed within a year or 2 years after that, and it hasn't. So Idaho Street's on this list to chip seal in 2025. It's holding up wonderful. However, it doesn't get as much traffic as some of our other roads. So a Spring Mountain Boulevard, if we don't chip seal that soon, we're going to lose that investment. We have a tremendous amount of wear and tear on our asphalt that's unique. Snow tires, studded snow tires, loaders with chains. Those are factors that when you go to experts and ask them, why is this asphalt failing? They often fall back on, well, it's hard to put a price tag or hard to quantify the kind of impact that happens. At the same time, a chip seal provides a wearing surface for that stuff to get worn off our snow plows when they go on that asphalt. So chip sealing and microsurfacing is a very important tool to keep your new asphalt roads from getting worn down over time.
Nathan, how do you and your team determine whether microsurfacing is the best tool or chip sealing?
There's a couple answers there. So microsurfacing is considered a superior treatment. It uses some cement and oil and then aggregate. So you're creating more of a rigid surface. And the data suggests that a microsurface will last longer than a chip seal, but you also pay more. Now we're in Idaho, so the theory that you pay more is really dependent on the contractors that are available. And there are very few contractors that are interested in mobilizing to McCall to do a chip seal project.
Chip seal or microsurface?
Or a microsurface project.
No, I mean, which one?
Both.
Okay, so either one, they're the.
Either one, right?
Yeah.
So in 2018, when we did this, we put it out and the low bid contractor said, we'll come in and do all of your chip seals as a microsurface and we'll give you the price of a chip seal. So price is a factor, availability of contractors is a factor, but I guess if we were able to do all of our roads in microsurface, the data would say, in the literature would say that's the best use. But because we're in a cold climate, and because some of these roads have tremendous cracking underneath, we found that the rigidity of that microsurface, because it's a cement-based system, does deteriorate faster than a chip seal, which a chip seal is more of an oil-based flexible surface. And so Chris and I are standing here, I think our position right now is we would like to continue to use chip seals to the extent possible, potentially saving us money, because we think the chip seal and the microsurface hold up about the same. And we can get more lane miles done for the same price if all things being equal and the literature and what happens in the Treasure Valley holds up here with the contractors. The exception to that is chip seals don't do well with turning movements. So, and you're probably used to seeing that if you're parked at a stop sign and you turn your wheels, or you're in a parking lot that was just seal coated or chip sealed, it turns up. You see that aggregate gets exposed. So in curb and gutter environments where you have a ton of back-end parking and a lot of slow movements, microsurfacing is definitely a better treatment for those areas. Plus, you're also dealing, typically in your curb and gutter environments, you have a lot more non-motorized traffic, bicycles, skateboards, rollerblades, those things. And that environment, that microsurface is much smoother and much more desirable from a user base. So that's kind of where we landed. Anything that's in a curb and gutter environment or a parallel parking environment would be microsurfaced. Anything that's not, we would go with the chip seal.
Thank you.
Fascinating.
Did we seal Commerce?
Yes.
Okay. How's that in compare? I mean, I know it gets way more use than Idaho Street.
Yeah, they got a microsurface on it.
A microsurface.
It was supposed to get a chip seal.
Uh-huh.
Contractor did a microsurface at the price of a chip seal.
Correct.
In
And
2018,
Yeah, 2019.
2019.
how's it holding up?
It's holding up well.
So on the map, you see a lot of purple, right? Because we're doing chip seals and crack seals. And basically purple and green are everything that's happening in 2025. And then when we go into, let me get back there. Let's go back. Oops, I lost it. MIP table, MIP table. The 2025, lots of roads. They're green and purple on your map. And then in 2026, we spend more money, but less lane miles. And this is Dinehard, and Forest Street. There's a section of Forest Street that was reconstructed by the hospital and the city, and we need to surface that. In fact, we just met with the hospital on that project, and we talked about the fact that they need to do some improvement before we'll accept some of those roads. So if you go back, oops, and wrong button, you go back to the map. The legend 2026 shows those roads that we're working on. Much less roads in 2026 because the cost of rehabilitation, which is milling and overlaying or doing some other treatment, becomes a lot more expensive than the microsurface or the chip seal.
And so 2027 is the construction year. heavy construction.
Yep.
Light maintenance.
Light maintenance. Then if we go back to our table in 2028, we're back to another significant chip seal project, hitting more roads. Oh, I keep doing that. I just need to move my other tab, my MIP tab. Go to our table. 2028 is the green. Okay, I think I was misspeaking a bit. The green is 2028. The purple is 2025. There are differentiating line types. C stands for chip seal, and MS would be microsurfacing and micropaving. Right? Yeah. We've been working with our consultants on producing maps. These just came out 2 days ago, so they may not be perfect, and we will be updating these. If anything that we put out to the public, we'll make sure it gets a thorough QA/QC on it. But that's kind of the way this reads. And then if we talk about 2029, which again is just a plan, we've got rehab happening on Mill Street parking lot. Mill Street parking lot is starting to show its age. It was paved in 2020. Oh boy, was it paved? I think it was 2026, and then the boat parking was paved in 2011. We're seeing deterioration happen, and part of that is also because there wasn't a significant amount of funding to do a proper section in there when we're doing that project. So we've got some attention to do there. We're anticipating new pavement on Forest Street for Mather and Pine Street, Roosevelt to Alpine. So 2029 is more of a planning that will likely change over the next couple of years. And again, grant funding's a factor. So if we get more grant funding, we can take money from capital projects and put it into the maintenance projects. And depending on what we discuss over the next 6 to 8 months on our streets LOT ordinance, we may or may not have this funding, or we may have more funding.
So there's really good discussion and questions asked about council on this microsurfacing and what people use it for. People like on skateboards, people on other forms of transportation, and then curb and gutter. And then I was fascinated by how did Commerce hold up? And what fascinated me about Commerce was it was put out as a chip seal contract.
Correct.
And the person, the contractor, chose to work with you in a partnership, and I guess the same cost.
Correct.
They would do it, and it's holding up great.
Yep.
That's why I think we are asking you, well, it's sure a lot nicer than, chip seal and turning your tires.
Yep.
Yeah. That's why I think we keep coming back to that. If it worked for that,
Sure.
why can't that be extended like for Spring Mountain Boulevard instead of a chip seal?
Right. So Commerce Street's unique in that it's extremely well draining. We've got, the natural geology of that area, very porous soils. Some of our roads in our residential areas that were built in the early 2000s, we don't necessarily have that level of confidence on what was done there. I don't know, Chris, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, and when you put a microsurface on a newer road, so you have a flat surface, it holds up much better. Where a chip seal, say you have some rutting here and there, what that does is it's a much better usability on that. So being maintenance, cutting edges on snowplows, and so forth.
So we can look into whether we think it's applicable for Spring Mountain to be microsurfaced or chip sealed. I'm more interested in understanding the cost implication. The reason we got those microsurfaces was because the only legitimate low bid contractor was not set up to do chip sealing. So they offered a lower price on their microsurfacing. So it could easily be that we could choose to microsurface Spring Mountain Boulevard. We might pay twice what we would for a chip seal. And I don't think we would get twice the benefit. So those will be decisions we'll have to make when the bid comes out this fall.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your concern, and we'll incorporate that into the consideration when we're looking at how we produce the bid documents.
And there's nothing sacred about Spring Mountain Blower. It was just an example.
Sure, yeah. I think the same thing. I was thinking to myself, well, if microsurfacing is a better treatment, then, and it doesn't cost any more, then let's just microsurface everything. The beauty to microsurfacing really is the impact during construction. You can put it down and 2 to 4 hours later, you can open the road. A chip seal project, you have to put the chips down and let the public deal with it for 2 weeks and all of the problems and the headaches of chips flying up. And then you come back 2 weeks later and seal coat over it. So we're not crazy about that, but we're not convinced that microsurfacing is a silver bullet, because we have seen it on roads that tend to move and frost heave a bit. We see it crack a bit more when we look at a same road that had a chip seal. That chip seal seems to hold up better. And the wearing surface from a snow plow on a chip seal seems to wear better than a microsurface.
What sort of equipment, what's the difference in like the physical application of chip seal versus micro seal? Like I know the chip seal process basically is pretty simple.
Right.
You put oil down, put rocks on it, and
It's basically the same process, other than you're just missing one component. That's the oil. So you don't have the oil truck spreading out in front with the chip seal and the machines and the dump trucks out behind it. What you have is just one truck with an auger system in it, dumping that product and just smoothing it out. Just let it set and drive on.
Yeah, the microsurface is pretty slick. There's not a lot of people doing it, but there's not a lot of people in our area doing chip sealing either. Most of the large chip seal contractors are out of eastern Idaho. And I know that these contractors have a way of figuring it out. I know that there's work being done on the South Fork right now through a chip seal contract. So I'm interested to see what the pricing was on that and how that played out. I think Granite Excavation actually did that job, and Granite has never really been in the business of chip sealing, but somehow they are. So that's what we're going to be diving into this fall, and talking with those guys and figuring out how we can make the bid specs as beneficial for the city, as well as to get as much bidding interest to make it happen. What we know and what we learned from the past is if we put out a $500,000 chip seal project, no one's going to bid on it. So we need to be in that $1 million range to get good attention.
how much does a machine for micro sealing cost?
That's a good question. I don't even off the top of my head.
Would outside of the machine, what other are the resources available locally to do that? Like just pondering what's continual maintenance on stuff, like what's relying on someone from the valley or eastern Idaho that you have to get the $1 million+ contract.
And you need training, right?
Yeah.
It is in-house, and so that'd be the big deal there. So
You'd need trading, you'd need storage, you'd need the capital budget to purchase the equipment. But more importantly, we don't have the time. Our staff's fully booked doing the maintenance that we're doing today. So if we say, okay, now you're going to do all of this microsurfacing and chip seal, well, something's got to give, or we've got to hire more staff. And we know the challenges we have with funding new staff. So I feel very confident in the decisions that Chris has made to put his staff to use. You see the amount of time it takes just to stripe our roads, clean our roads, do stormwater improvements to the minimal extent that we can. So I do not recommend at this time that we consider doing our own in-house paving or our in-house chip sealing. The need is too great. And the amount of time we have to complete projects, the windows are just too short. We've already found that we're fighting trying to get the crack sealing done. So now we have to hire a contractor to do more crack sealing. We're still going to do a crack sealing, but the need is greater. and to get these roads done. There was a time when Valley County and the city collaborated, and we'd send our crews down to Valley County for a week, and then they'd come up here and we'd get a couple of lane miles done. But that was not a sustainable model. It was not maintaining the roads that we now own, or that I'm under control of maintaining. So it's just, we were just kind of scratching the surface with that approach. It was nice. I like the collaboration, and it really helped build a relationship there. But that relationship's strong with Jeff McFadden, and like we just heard, the city hired a city engineer, Dan Kuntz. So if there's opportunities to collaborate, we certainly want to do it. But I don't think it's going to be on adding more manpower or more equipment to our city staff.
So, I mean, I guess the reason I bring it up is you look at all these construction and maintenance contracts. It just because we're a government entity, it's exponentially higher to do anything. So what's the long term? And I'd rather see us investing in more staff and equipment to be able to do stuff locally, to, you know, like in-house. I mean, even like at the water plant, like, do we have a millwright in the city that can go around and fix stuff? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's, I mean, in my opinion, it's worth considering the cost.
Yep.
Benefit.
You know, and Colby, when you mentioned that about in-house chip city, and I always go, you hear somebody make a solution, you go, why didn't I think of that? And I think it's a neat concept, but if you're the contractor, you can have your equipment and your personnel and spread it across maybe 10 months in Idaho.
Yeah.
Whereas we have to spread the cost against 4 months of construction season. So we have to store, train, maintain on that. So I'm just, you know, this.
I understand that part of it too. I think that just throwing it out there to consider just on the broad level of what are some potential efficiencies that, you know, when you look at what we contract out to what, would it be more appropriate for us to start making investments internally to accommodate some of those things that maybe
You're right.
eventually would be able to have our own control over.
Yeah, you constantly have to say, well, what's the alternative?
Yeah.
Right. I think that's the point. And we do that. And I think some of the answers we've come up with is, well, what can we offer? Well, we can provide traffic control.
Mhm.
So right now, when you see our contractor, Curtis Clean Sweeps, out there doing our striping, well, 100% of our staff are out doing traffic control so that we don't have to pay for the traffic control services, which is a subcontracted service that the striper provides. So those are some of the things. I think it was what you're saying. Well, what can we bring to the table, or can we do this on our own? And I challenge Chris on that all the time, saying, well, can't we do this ourselves? And he looked at me and said, yeah, we could, but what are you going to give up? Right. And when it comes to purchasing equipment, what's in your budget? Some of the discussions you'll have later today about, you know, why we lease things versus owning them. At this point, I think investing in, you know, $1 to $2 million of paving and surfacing equipment is probably not our best option at this time. And to be honest, the data points we don't have 10 data points. We've got a bid price that we got in 2018. We're going to get one in 2025 here, and we'll be able to react to that too. If the price is really out of the water, well, then you're right. You start saying, hey, how can maybe we can work with the county and get this done in another way. If the price comes in reasonable, or even, you know, more in line with what we're seeing in the Treasure Valley, well, maybe we say, hey, that's a good investment.
I think generally in your MBA class, they call that the make or buy decision. You know, businesses basically look at a situation, and is it more effective and cost effective to buy it out there on the market, or is it cheaper to make it ourselves? And so it's not an unusual question to be asked. But I think Nathan's right, is our data points, you know, might be further informed by the next round of bidding.
Correct. Yeah, and I would say, Colby, we're probably more focused on trying to buy snow management equipment and street maintenance equipment. As far as the discussions we've had over the last 6 months is, boy, these leases continue to get more expensive. Daniel. And so is there a scenario where we could lease to own? Meaning, one of the things we'll talk about later is instead the next lease we're talking about is a 7-year lease instead of a 5-year lease because the price for a 5 year is too high. Well, could it be that maybe we purchase one of these loaders at the end of its term? That's probably where my recommendations are headed.
Nathan, you might want to talk a little bit about like cost efficiency when you work with the private sector when they're already doing construction. If you have them add on to a private developer who's already doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Michelle's point is that, hey, development also plays a factor here. So if the hospital or any developer that comes around, we had a project on Thompson Street most recently where the Thompson Place condominiums, we helped fund that. That's a way in which we can also leverage the Streets LOT fund to get work done where we're paying the private contractor prices. It's not a city project. We're just reimbursing that contractor, right? So we're getting better pricing there. I don't know if it's that significant. I think there's something to say about it. But I also hear from our contractors, we'd rather work for the developers because we can charge them whatever we want. And not what they want, but meaning it's time and materials. If the rules change, we can say, hey, this took longer to do, you have to pay us, where we are very rigid in our standard specifications and our bid specs so that, if the contractor gave us this price, they've got to do it for that price. And they're much more held to the line of like, well, you should have thought about that when it was in your bid, right? Whereas on the private side, it's a little bit more loose and that the developers, they just want to get it done. And so they're willing to pay more sometimes. So it depends on the project if we're paying more or not.
I think kind of the corollary there is often in that bidding environment, recognizing they're stuck with the price, you'll see the price come in higher because they know they can't come back and negotiate a change order or something. So it's, in my experience, it's been demonstrated that the bidding process does not necessarily bring the lowest price. Right. Because there's a cost in the bidding process itself, but we're stuck with it.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to hear that you guys have the conversations of efficiencies and how can we do this better. And I think that's important for the community to hear as well.
We're making some progress on our mechanics capability.
Mm.
In the mechanic shop, we're doing a lot more work that we would otherwise send out to other mechanics. But taking that step to having a full paving crew in operation is a big step and hasn't penciled out in any situation where we've tried to say, can we do this for cheaper? It's usually not been the case.
Might have been the case in the 1950s, but I haven't seen it since.
Yeah, I wouldn't suspect that it would be.
I have a question that, and I'm looking just maybe the 30-second answer, and it may not even merit that. But it's in a budget issue and it's in the streets issue, and maybe Michelle weighs in on this too. But several people have asked me, well, you go out Warren Wagon Road and you get to Quaker Hill, and everybody else there doesn't pay taxes, and they get a freebie. And then I look at Nathan's street cost. You think, oh, so you want to put streets in all around that kind of lake and access to those homes? I'm just wondering if it's the answer to it is that financially it doesn't behoove us perhaps to annex or try to go through the process of looking at all the houses along that part of the lake, if it costs providing the service. And, when I've been asked that question several times about, West Valley gets kind of the same thing. And well, it doesn't necessarily, you think, well, they get a freebie. Well, the service to provide for some of them may be this.
Well, it's just that's where the political pressure from the community to the county. It says you need to partner with the city to pursue these grant funding opportunities.
Yeah.
Like he was saying on the Warren wagon with the, some federal funding, for access stuff, like, well, we need to push
Mhm.
the county and say this, there's this much traffic is going to the county on this road.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, then we inherit the maintenance.
All right, we're at
Okay.
10:34. We're supposed to start local option tax soon. How
Okay.
about 5-minute stand-up break? And then we'll get after it and switch over. Nathan, thanks a lot.
You bet.
Chris, thanks for being here to explain that. And is Serena still here?
Yep.
Thank you. It was really helpful to ask you folks questions, and thanks for your patience with us.
Yeah, I echo that. I thought that was great preparation from those two departments and the data.
In the weeds, but the weeds are important.
The right amount of weeds, but weeds are.
Well, they're coming in for the tournament.
What's the tournament?
Oh, the Sabala thing.
Oh.
Trustee Joe Wagner, City Clerk. I recommend that we move on to the tourism lot funding approval before we do the policy discussion. I believe that one of the lot commissioners will be online here shortly. So in the meantime, we could move to that item if you all are amenable to that. So just as part of process, it's a good time that if any council member has any conflict or if they have any relationship to any of the recommended projects for funding, now would be a good time to disclose that information. Oh, and let me digress for 1 second. I put on your desk a more complete budget for your discussion later. What was submitted online was just the water budget. This is the complete budget. But what you have in your packet for this discussion is the LOT recommendations. Please.
Okay, so Mayor Bob speaking. In another world, I am a ski coach. I work for the McCall Winter Sports Club, and I train children at Little Ski Hill and also at Brundage. And I don't know if any of the I haven't looked at all the submissions to know whether McCall Winter Sports Club or any relatives of that have submitted requests for LOT, but I will disclose that ahead of time.
And I work for Pale Lake Ski Club.
So it is up to the council to decide if that constitutes a conflict, or if you're okay with Mayor Giles and Councilmember Nielsen voting on the approval of the proposed budget by the Local Option Tax Commission.
Well, Bob, you work for the Winter Sports Club, so the only thing that would be a conflict would be as it relates to Colby being the head of the Pale Lake Ski Club and having an application in there for money.
Mm-hmm.
But why would yours, if you're not working for Pale Lake Ski Club? Because that's the only one on there. There's no.
Oh, there isn't. Any.
There's no Winter Sports Club on there.
No.
Yeah, this year they did not apply, I guess.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. And I would feel comfortable being objective about it in any case.
I don't have any ties to anything on the list.
I'm good.
Right. Did the council want to have any kind of discussion? Are you happy with what the commission has supplied to you? Commissioner Dave Petty is online. If you have any questions for him regarding the recommended funding. As I indicated at the last meeting and Tabitha presented, it was a very thorough process. They discussed each project in full. Every commissioner weighed in on each and every project when they were determining what to fund and how much to fund and why. They were very thoughtful in their process. So if you have any questions regarding that, I would be happy to help answer that. Also, Amanda Payne, our law administrator, is also here, as well as Mr. Petty. So there's three of us that could possibly answer your questions.
I have a question, and that is, I know a lot goes into this from the LOT Commission. I don't want to ask a question that either undermines them or anybody that's looking to receive funds from this, but I guess we've had an ongoing discussion about our town, particularly during the summer, being probably more than busy enough as it relates to and I'm relating to the Chamber of Commerce and Marketing, is that at what point in time do we stop funding marketing to an already impacted town? So the businesses can't hire enough employees. We're full.
That was
People are going to come anyways.
yeah, that was a large discussion amongst the commission, and that is a large part as to why they only recommended the 50,000 as opposed to the 60,000 requested. But it was quite a discussion regarding that.
But they were recommended for 50,000 to market the town that seems to be already, I don't know, does any?
I think it might be important to mention that when McKinsey was presenting the shift in the marketing they were making and how they were continuing as they're marketing the area, continuing to, how would you say she put it? Kind of they're just, oh, that's right, you weren't, I'm sorry. That's right. Maybe you remember, Dave, but they were really having more of a focus on sustainability and people coming and not overwhelming the town anymore. They're kind of changing their shift in how they're approaching bringing in families and trying to long-term have a plan that's more sustainable, where people are still coming, but it's not getting to the point where everything's over. And then you might be able to put it better, Dave, but I know she talked quite a bit about the shift they're making, their approach.
Dave, would you like to weigh in? If so, you're muted.
Dave, you're muted. We can only see the top half of your head, so I can't tell if your lips are moving or not.
All right, now you can.
There we go.
Thank you, Dave.
So, council, Amanda's clear, pretty straightforward. The chamber has, in their presentation, told us they're working more on off-season promotions. They also, part of this funds a matching grant from the state. So I think the discussion amongst us is now that we have a limited set amount of budget, some of these entities come back and ask for more and more every year. And we were trying to draw a line as far as how to evenly allocate the rest of the money that's available. So I guess that's our consensus in the discussion.
I like to comment to Mike's comment also. Sorry, I just took a bite. But I think there are several things where their annual operation is dependent upon receiving large funds from law. And as far notice we could give, if we're in the mood to change that, the courtesy to, let's say, particularly Treasure Valley Transit, if we think there's another model we want to try. And I think the chamber's in that same aspect. And I think same way like winter carnival mitigation and go, do we really need a winter carnival? If we're thinking that way, that the town's full, that we can anyhow, and we can take a different theme to these events and maybe that tie into something that we also think is long-term, more than just economics and just more than driving tourism to us. But so I'm kind of, Mike's got a good point. And if anything like that comes of nature, we've got to be as far forefront to that organization as possible, because they're in a couple of year planning cycle on some of this and using this as grant leverage money. But anyhow, I think we should make sure everybody to know that it's not an automatic, and you should not be building your 2-year plan on the size of these funds, because some of them may need to be, I mean, we wouldn't go to zero, but we might make a significant adjustment.
Yeah,
If I may, I think, as I've looked at this in context of the broader budget, one thing that I was surprised at is the amount of resources that the city is allocating to service delivery beyond their control, if you will. Other entities basically spending the money that we had available to us, and exceeds $600,000 on an annual basis. And I wouldn't call it an automatic pilot, but there seems to be maybe an opportunity to step back from that and make that long-term conversation about what are we buying with these resources that are basically city resources, and what are we getting for our money? And if there's a transition, then I think you can forecast it in a manner that is understanding other people's dependency. But I think probably it would be my recommendation that we should be able to articulate what we're buying for these dollars and make policy decisions on your behalf as to is this the best way to provide public services to the community? It might be the cheapest, most economically way to do it. But I think periodically we need to step back and ask ourselves those questions. And if it is, maybe we need to put more resources in something like this. If it's not, then how do we structure that so that it's purposeful on the part of the council as opposed to something we've been doing for a long time? But I don't think we're prepared to get into any detail, but I think going forward, that kind of introspection probably should be done occasionally. Whether it's timely now or not, I don't know. But that question came to mind as I was kind of sweeping up the various allocations that others were spending on our behalf.
We have been having that introspection, hence the discussion we're going to have after this.
Yeah.
Dave, do you remember how much that request is going to the ITC match for the chamber? 100%. Okay.
I don't believe so. Bessie Joe probably has that in their presentation.
Okay. Bessie Joe said 100% of it. This is the ITC grant match, which is kind of a continuation of that local organizations can apply for funding through this ITC grant that the chamber matches, the Idaho Travel Council matches, and local organizations can apply for funding to do any number of things. In the past, we've received funding from it to do. The Pale Lakes Club has received funding to do like website updates, grid trail maps, etc. So this is, I guess, another, I don't know if another conflict or not. I don't think we're applying for any ITC grants this year, but I don't know.
And two, I think, what was part of the commission's discussion was that they felt like at some point they needed to cap the chamber. And so that's why they were like, let's just do 50,000, because they just, every year it just keeps going up and up and up. And so they're like, at some point they felt like we just need to cap it. We just need to say, okay, this is what this fund is going to contribute to that. There was also a lot of discussion about the ITC grant and how it does bring people up here, puts heads in beds that then contributes to the lot fund. So they felt like that was appropriate to fund that for that reason. Also for the Treasure Valley Transit, they had a lot of discussion regarding them as well and how their requests continue to go up and up and up, and that they felt like because they also get city general fund dollars, that at some point, they felt like that there should be some kind of a cap on that it it just seems to just keep going up. And they felt that the city paid more than their share of the Treasure Valley Transit operations, and felt that Valley County should be paying more of their share. And so that was kind of that discussion and why they were recommending a lesser amount for Treasure Valley Transit, as I recall.
Yeah, and I guess I asked that question because it's asking the question as it relates to that subject matter, say marketing or Winter Carnival mitigation. And it's not that I have anything against the Chamber of Commerce, but just asking that question as we look at, are we in a state of needing to maintain our town and our city, or are we in the state of trying to promote it? And so heads and beds, you hear that argument from people applying for LOT, but how many beds are available in the summertime to be booked that we need to market to book? They're all booked anyways. So if we're already at capacity and the bigger concerns of our community are, I can't get through town to get to work, or the bigger concerns of our community are, I leave during Winter Carnival. Oh, no, of course, I leave during 4th of July. And the people that live here and make up our community and our town, our voters, our constituents, the people that are paying property taxes and also living here and raising their kids are impacted by us promoting tourism to a level that it impacts our ability to function and take care of our buildings and parks and everything. Why are we marketing beyond that? Because the people are going to come whether we market or not. So they're already coming, they're already here. And so it just becomes this weighing out and ongoing discussion that in representing our community, I feel like we need to keep having. And that's why I asked the question. I'm not saying we need to strike it. I'm not saying that the LOT is doing anything but their best job to represent what the governing documents are for it. But I guess that's just the question as we further refine it down the road. And I want to know how other counselors feel about that general discussion, or if that's what you hear in the community, or how do we address it?
Make a comment about the mitigation is that, as they are evaluating these projects as well, they look at, okay, so if LOT isn't paying for this, is this something that otherwise the city might have to do? And so like with Winter Carnival mitigation, the city has stepped out and said, the police, the parks, hey, we just don't have the capacity. And so that's where this new application has come from the chamber, is to do that mitigation, because the city has said, well, we just don't have the resources anymore. So that's where those mitigation dollars have come from. I think Dave wanted to say something. I'm sorry.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Bessie Joe. It's a request mostly from police and fire that if we're going to have Winter Carnival, to Mike's point, then either the city needs to budget for that, or we need to find funds to support the other departments that are impacted by it. And I see Tony is on too. She probably can comment from another LOT committee perspective.
Yeah, I don't have really much on that. You guys are, that's kind of what our discussion was, how do we keep the city from having to pay for that? So, but I am online if you guys do have other questions. I'm happy to help out.
So I think as the council continues that discussion, it would be a really a great discussion to have when we meet with the commissioners at the beginning of the year, so that they have more of that kind of direction when they're considering these applications. And so if you guys have, strong feelings about funding something lesser than what we have in the past, then you would share that with the commission during that beginning of the year meeting. So that way, when they're considering these applications, then they will know what the council's desire is as far as those types of applications.
I'd also like city manager Cushland's comment. There, up until this past year when we reallocated the LOT funds, I would agree there's a number of items that were kind of on inertia. But with the change in the funding allocation between the city and the commission this year, we were a lot more detailed in how we decided to allocate the limited amount of funds we had versus 600,000-700,000 that we've had in the past. And I'm sure as Bessie Jo and Amanda can attest, I don't know that we'll hit our LOT goal this year even. So those numbers are going to continue to go down as far as how much money we have even available.
Gotta keep putting heads in beds.
Any of the other council want to comment on Mike's comment? Or extend that?
Yeah, and it relates to a lot more than just the lot allocation. I mean, the extent to which we promote growth and growth of tourism in particular. I mean, there's two levels of growth, the growth in tourism visits and the growth of residential expansion. And I think when we have the council retreat, or when we, even with staff, and we look at that and say, where are we in that we want to build our future community around increased tourism or not? What are the other economic means of sustainability and growth versus just tourism growth? And are we really trying to get more skiers to come here, more snowmobilers to come here, and more ATVs and everything else, more boats? Is that the community we're trying to establish in the future? And I think that is a really important, significant discussion. We hear so much about growth, no growth, but there is a types of growth, and there's levels of growth and all that. But anyway, I think we need to shake that out and get the public's opinion also, because it's not just our opinion on what kind of community do we think in 10 years we're trying to create now through the type of promotion that we do, the policies we set. So anyhow, I think it certainly impacts a lot to extent, but it's much bigger than a lot and has a much bigger impact. And we need to get some consensus on which direction we want to go.
And that'd be the right meeting to do at the January retreat. Have a block of time to talk about big picture stuff that you talked about. I think we could do some pre-work before then. And then Bessie Jo, you were saying that we'll still have early in the spring sometime or late winter a meeting with the LOT Commission that we could then share our insights and our future direction of how we want to scale things, whether up or down in terms of funding.
Well, and the other thing to consider too is that the tourism LOT, as we refer to it, is going back to the voters in 2028. So as you're thinking about some of these policy changes, it's something that you may want to move towards when we renew in 28. And what do you want that renewal to look like? And what kind of policies and parameters do you want to put around it? And it'll be a really prime opportunity for the council to discuss that. And then, of course, we will hold community conversations to make sure that the community is well versed on what the council's direction is going, and we will get that feedback from that community, just like we will when we go for the streets LOT. So those are some of the things to think about. This one is coming to an end. How many policy changes do you want to make now versus when it renews? Or maybe start shifting some of those things. And I think that at the beginning of the year, you made a very big, bold policy change in the 65-35 split of a $900,000 budget. It's not something that the council has done historically. And, so that type of a policy shift, and then there can be others as we move forward towards the 28 renewal.
Colby had a comment too on one.
I guess regarding the specific item, the chamber is a partner with the city on a lot of stuff. Maybe it would be good to have a meeting with the chamber to see, I mean, they could spell out what those matching funds are for the ITC grant and what they do specifically with those funds. You know, and have that discussion with them and have that, you know, figure out a way forward with the chamber and how to get further public input, like you're saying, on what's the messaging that we want to put out there and what, you know, what they're already doing. Because I certainly don't know all the stuff they're putting out.
Well, and is it just general operating funds or is it marketing?
It's marketing, so that's why they put it, and they and help me out, Amanda, if I misspeak on this, but my understanding is that marketing is designed just around McCall, so that they have a percentage that they use of that marketing that is just for McCall, because it used to be that it was the general area of the Valley County, and a few years ago the council was like, okay, well, if we're going to contribute to this, then it needs to be McCall specific. And so that's the direction that they are currently working off of when they present these types of applications to the Lot Commission, is that they're the ICT, the grant is designed to just spotlight McCall for a certain percentage of that, so that it quantifies that those funds that are coming to them from the lot.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that there's a majority of our community that is anti-tourism or anti-growth, or I'm not trying to state, some kind of factual thing, and I'm not certainly making a point of that. I'm just asking the question is, are the LOT funds at this stage of the game in our evolution as a community and city, are they for promoting tourism or are they for mitigating the effects of tourism? I guess that's the big picture that I want to just kind of keep bringing into the conversation as we're evaluating the LOT.
Mayor, can I weigh in? It's keying off of Lyle's observation. What I've seen in other communities, for this good conversation would lead into basically a strategic planning process where either independently or through a broad citizen involvement process, you articulate the preferred vision for 2040 or something out there. And basically, this is where we want to be out there. And then you'd look at all of our systems and are we pointing in the direction that we want to go, or are we all just kind of going all over the place? And I think having that discipline basically helps answer these kinds of questions, not responding to things that come in over the transom. Basically, you're saying, this is where we want to go. Here's this process. Is that leading us to where we said we want to be? And either yes or no. And then there are mechanisms to either support the things that support where you're going or mechanisms that lead you away from that. And I don't think we're in a position to articulate that right now, but there are processes that you can go through that are rigorous, that basically keeps you in the driver's seat because you are the holders of the election certificates. You are the people in charge of the general purpose government. And, who more appropriate to basically articulate that vision for the future and how are we structured to get there? And so I think as you go forward into the future, I think the community and this body would be benefited by having that kind of conversation so as to basically organize your thought process, your resource allocation, how you basically do business. So that you're not, what I've described in the past is you make plans and then a rabbit runs through the room and everybody chases after the rabbit. Well, the rabbit wasn't in the plan. And so structuring yourself, the rabbit might run through the room and you might even decide to chase the rabbit, but there's some rigor in the process to say, how does the rabbit relate to everything else we've said we're going to do? And I think that strategic planning process is something that I've seen benefit organizations who have some clarity on what they're about. So I think that basically supports your observation that over the long haul, maybe that vision needs to be articulated better by this group. Make some of these other questions easier to answer.
Yeah, that's really helpful, Mike. That is our job.
I think Mike's comment was really right on too, in terms, or has relevance of one of the criteria on lot. Are we promoting tourism or trying to fund the mitigation of tourism? You know, we do that. We tried our best to say what is the parameters we're making our decisions upon. But as Betsy Joe said, the lot commissioners and us need to make sure we're on the same sense about that.
And in our meeting back in February, I don't know if you all remember, but we talked a little bit about the intent of the state code as it relates to LOT. And the intent of the state code was to mitigate the effects of tourism on a city, on a resort city. And that is why it's part of the criteria when evaluating these projects, right? And so I know that the commission struggled with that a bit about what does that mean and how can we apply it and can we get rid of that criteria, which we cannot, because that's the whole point of the LOT is to mitigate those effects. And so, you know, we tried to encourage them to look at each of the projects and say, okay, well, in which way does this help to mitigate? Is this a program that otherwise the city might fund? So like if we didn't have LOT at all, and would this project then fall in the lap of the city budget to do, you know? And so I think that's why Treasure Valley Transit rose to the top, is because if, you know, because it already is funded through the general fund to a very significant degree, and then also funded through LOT. And so they felt that it, you know, it does help to mitigate that. So it was, it's a concept that they struggle with, you know, and but they really are very conscientious about their process and their decision making and following the ordinance as best they can. And so that's part of the mechanism that they use as they're looking at these projects.
Probably a good time to reiterate too, when we went through this the first couple of times, how pleased we were with the commission's recommendations and how much confidence we had. I mean, we may look like we're questioning things now, but we're certainly not questioning the expertise and the value of the commission's recommendations to us.
Right.
Like, did you want to make a recommendation of any changes on that, or?
No, I just want to keep talking about that question. And like like Betsy Joe just said, I guess when I ask that question, maybe I'm asking the question, are we promoting it or mitigating it, leading with the answer that Betsy Joe just gave. And if we look at each of one of these items moving forward, and you ask that question of each of the items, well, some of them are definitely promoting tourism, not mitigating the effects of it. And I guess moving forward, it seems to me that and like Phil says, you know, we look at our long-term planning and everything else, and we go off the comp plan and we look to the people, and I want to bring it up because I think it is part of our long-term vision. Is our long-term vision in the comp plan is about supporting the people that live here primarily, the people that make the city function, because not that our primary mission is not accommodating to visitors coming from somewhere else. It's that if all the visitors can come, but if there's no people that live here and work here, there's nothing for them. There's no restaurants for them to come and eat at. There's no landscaping. There's no people fixing things. There's none of the things that we need. So I feel like we have to take care of the heart and soul of our community first, and then all the other stuff can be out there. But if we're not, so that's why it brings up that question of promotion versus mitigation. It's not to say that we don't want people to come and visit and enjoy this place, but where is our priority as leaders in the city or what have you, trying to represent our community? That's all so I appreciate you asking.
Yeah, no, but I
Maybe I'm
mean,
too long-winded on it.
well, I guess we're kind of having two different discussions. I mean, the task at hand is, do we agree with the recommendations? The next discussion, I think, will kind of veer more into some of the nebulous stuff.
And I think that that's a great conversation to continue for the beginning of next year when you meet. You know, you'll have your retreat and then meet with the commissioners afterwards and be able to have that robust discussion about, okay, we want to look at your criteria and how you're scoring these things. And if the council decides that their policy is they want to go heavy on the mitigation side, then that's something, that direction you can give to the commission at that time. They didn't have that direction for this, and so they did follow the ordinance and they followed their scoring guidelines, and so that's where we're at today.
I'm bringing that up in those ways. I'm totally satisfied. I'm not questioning any of the decisions of the LOT for this year.
Same for me.
Yeah, and I'm good with that message.
Tony has her hand up.
Tony, did you have something you want to say?
I did, yeah. I like the comment of the council maybe spending some time with the Chamber of Commerce. I think from an LOT commissioner standpoint, I think those are valid points. Are we promoting tourism or mitigation, or a combination there of both? I think to answer Mike's question, the chamber seems to present a pretty specific budget with percentages of where their marketing goes to each community. So I think that would be interesting for you guys as a council to be able to look at. But from us, when it bounces back into our lap, I think it would be very important to have whatever the chamber is coming to us and asking for to be the same vision that the city council is having. So those are just kind of my thoughts on, I think it would be great to meet if you guys could with them, that would help us.
It's great observation, and I'm sure we'd be willing to do that. All right, on our agenda, there is a request to approve the fiscal year 25 lot funding and distributions. We've had a really good discussion on that. It is an action item. Would council like to make a motion to approve that?
Yes, I don't have it right in front of me, but as you stated, I would like to make that motion.
I think the motion would be, Bessie Jo, you can help me with this. Council would make a motion to approve fiscal year 25 lot funding and distributions.
Yep.
So Lyle made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Colby. Motion has been made and seconded to approve the fiscal year 25 LOT funding and distributions. May I have a roll call vote on that motion?
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
Thank you, council. That motion carries. Dave and Tony, thank you for joining us today. Appreciate your involvement during this process. And as Bessie Jo said, we made a pretty big shift this year, and thank you for hanging in there and working with us.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that.
please. Okay. Yeah, so our next discussion is the review of the new policy for tourism lot funds distribution. As per the meeting on February 2nd, the council directed that the budget for LOT be $900,000 for FY25. And that it be a 65-35 split, meaning that the council would have a $585,000 budget for the use of the tourism LOT, and that the commission would have $315,000 for community projects. During the discussion, it was directed that any excess funds would then go to the council and be distributed to priority projects that this body would deem necessary for those funding. Also during that discussion was what to do with the shortfall. Now I did include minutes and transcript from that meeting, and it was determined that the shortfall would come out of the $315,000 to community projects. Now, when I spoke with the commission during their deliberations of the lot funds, their understanding was that the shortfall would come out of the city money and not out of the commissioner's money. And so because of that misunderstanding, and there was 6 of the 7 of them had the understanding that any shortfall would come from the city funds. And the reason why that their understanding was that it was such that because we have been seeing shortfalls, the community projects are getting cut now. And so the whole point was to discuss a way that the commission would have a finite amount of money, that they would know that this is how much that they were going to be able to work with and be able to distribute to the community funds. And so that was their whole understanding of why the council and the commission got together, was to be able to define that for them, so that there wouldn't be the uncertainty of certain projects not getting funded as far as the projects go. And that they would have that confidence that when they came up with their budget of $315,000, that those projects that were set for priority funding would indeed get funded. And then that shortfall again would come out at the 585 for the council.
And we tried to, as a team, both LOT commissioners and the city staff and council, we lowered the total down to 900 and what was it?
900,000.
To 900, even number. And that was being conservative, I would say, because instead of having the trajectory of our budget go up, we were trying to respond to real world collections. So my question to you, Bessie Jo, is now that we are in June and almost entering into July and doing our collections, what is your crystal ball say about a shortfall? Are we really going to experience that?
This year, we will definitely experience a shortfall, a very significant shortfall, because we have 1.2 million budgeted, and the trajectory that we are currently on, it looks like that we will collect around 950,000. So that's a decrease from last year, which was a decrease from the year before. And so if we continue on that trajectory, the 900,000 in my crystal ball and best guess seems like a reasonable number. However, many factors can happen. This is an election year. As we all know, that can affect people's travel, and we don't know what the weather is going to be. That really affected us, I believe, this year hugely. Our low snow year really showed less people traveling here for winter recreation. So I wish I was a better weatherman and I had a better crystal ball.
No, that information is really helpful. So let me quick follow up. So we're in fiscal year 24, finishing up. We're collecting money, and we're talking about the fiscal year 25 budget. So in 24, what did we budget?
1.2 million.
Okay, and we're gonna end up about 950,000.
That, yeah, unless we just get huge summer, but if we do exactly what we did last summer, this summer, it'll be 950,000.
Okay, thanks. All right, council. What do you think?
I was under the same impression as the lot commission, but the shortfalls coming out of the city stuff, because the whole idea was trying to give the lot commission a finite amount of money so they're not cutting projects when the funding's not coming in. And I think that's fair to the applicants for that as well, to know that if their project is recommended for funding, that a year from now, they'll actually get that funding. I mean, for everyone involved on that, that's, you're planning quite a ways ahead. And if you're counting on a substantial amount of money that the law commission says you're going to get, and the city council says you're going to get, you'd be getting it. Because that could have a major detrimental effect on.
Yeah, and it's a real credibility question, I think, too. It's an unfortunate misunderstanding. And Bessie Jo, you do such a good job of trying to keep it all straight with us. But it is a misunderstanding, and it sounds like a majority, if not all, the commissioners felt that was their interpretation, as Colby stated. So I'd be fine with taking on the risk. The city. Lyle, what do you think?
I'm not sure what I expressed during the meeting, but my intent was exactly as Colby said, and for the exact same reason. That the entities can plan ahead of time, and the trust factor, credibility. And also, if they're truly doing things that the city would have to pay for anyhow, it's not as if we're really giving up the money from the city perspective. It's just the way it's allocated. So I'm with the shortfall coming to the city.
Mike?
Are we making this decision for 2024? Or are we talking about in the future?
2025. 2025.
Just that 1 year. Yeah.
So 2025, we have an estimate that we feel a little more confident about than 24 being the 1.2 down to 950 estimate.
Yes, and then 25 is a 900,000. So 50,000 even less than what we're
so it's
trajectory.
The most likely. So I apologize. I wasn't at the February 1st meeting, so I didn't weigh in there. I guess in my mind, it seems like if there's a surplus, that it would go to the people that are below the line that are on there, and if there's not enough, then maybe the ones at the bottom come off. But I don't have this. I don't know. I don't know how to say, can I represent our community and what their feelings would be on this topic or not? And I wasn't at the meeting, so the meeting involved the LOT commissioners and city council. So I'm not sure that me weighing in on this at this point in time.
The kind of one of the big concerns, or one of the
we're talking development this spring,
trying to resolve was, how do we, if we have a finite amount of money to give to the community, or the competitive funding versus, what I just said, like if you get recommended for funding everything, that you could reasonably expect that, or all of a sudden you don't have it, and you got already budgeted for all of that. So I think the idea was to try to firm that up where there's not
what is your address?
We're getting.
Who's talking?
That makes sense.
Yeah. On the other hand,
that makes sense. And then if it's coming out of the city budget, then which part of the city parts is it coming out of?
Well, we need to figure that out when and if it.
Does that show that he's on?
Yeah,
Council
and I
member.
guess like, you know, with.
Coming out of money that's being set aside towards future housing, or is it coming out of, so now we're not going to be funding the maintenance of the sidewalks in the winter? Or-
So I think it tests the city departments to not ask for more funding than what we're anticipating. And if there is more funding that comes in, that goes into the city and at our discretion to, you know, put additional funds into projects. So, I mean, I think it's, you know, there's a balance between, does it fund all city government things or fund the part of the community things that one do bring to town, which perpetuates the funding. And two,
So,
Both want to weigh in.
yeah, I see two hands up, but before we do that, a little timeout. Do we have secure lines as well?
Yes, it was Brian. I muted him. Sorry. I don't know why he was off mute, but
Okay,
it was.
all right. Thank you. Let's go to Dave Petty and then Tony. Curtis.
I appreciate the conversation about how Colby and Lyle understood it. Like the majority of us, I think Tony is the only one that heard it right on our end. But I think as far as from my perspective, having a definite amount of funds that we knew how to allocate and all of the city departments not submitting requests was why I was comfortable with any excess going back to the city departments or this back to the city council to determine how to allocate that. I think in the deliberation for 2024, there was a lot of conversation among us about, well, aren't these really just city expenses that should be budgeted? So I think for myself, having done this allocation, which was an average of, I think, the last 5 or 6 years anyway, it gave us an absolute amount. You look at that list, most of our grants are pretty small. You know, these fund, Mike talked about mitigation, you know, daycare facilities, education projects. So I appreciate that it seems the sense of the council is to to reverse the agreement that Bessie Jo so adequately documented back in February. That's about it.
Thanks, Dave. Tony? Tony, you're
Yeah,
unmuted.
so, no,
Thanks.
we're all good. So the discussion, as far as the 4 key priorities for city council, obviously sidewalks and there were other items. I'm not in front of my notes, I apologize. But as we discussed, this will probably help answer your question, Mike. The pool money going into community housing, local housing stuff was the lowest priority for the council. So the way I remember the discussion going was that if there was a shortfall, it would affect the housing pool because that's a fund that's just continuing to build right now. It's not for a specific purpose today, but it's a continuation of this building of this fund. So that's where the shortfall or the overflow, should there be, would fall into that last bucket, is the way I understand it.
Thank you.
Maybe I can clarify the housing, like the application that was not funded because it wasn't ranked as high as some of the other projects. That's for our deed restriction incentive program. So again, yeah, we have a fund, but we also have entitled projects, and it takes one big project and then that takes all the funding away. So it's not as though, so it's important that we continue to fund that project. And so it is for a specific purpose, and it's earmarked as such. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what the local housing.
And And Michelle, just on our end, that was in part of that discussion. I believe the deed restrictions was completely separate of this housing, the extra funding. So I think that was taken into consideration, the already allocated projects.
And also in 2024, there was money requested for a city position, which from my perspective should just be a budgeted position if that's what the city decides they want to have.
All right, let's get back on to 2025. And Bessie Jo, let me ask you a question. If we agree to adjust and take on the risk for 2025, should there be a shortfall in collections, would it not be the responsibility of council to look at all the effects if we take on the risk of a shortfall and pay out the 300 and some odd thousand that we agreed to on this sheet? Then it's our job to figure out whether deed restrictions or this or that is adjusted, correct?
Oh, well.
We're not bound by.
Ultimately, yes. Initially, it falls on Phil's shoulders to look at that 585. And, you know, currently the council had identified that the direct cost related to administering the lot, the 14,500, the parks building move of 200,000, and the downtown sidewalk maintenance of 185,000, which seems to be a fluid number, and housing at approximately, 200,000. And so those, of course, that is more than 585, but those were the order of the priorities as the council identified them in February. Now, as Phil was stating earlier, currently the budget is in his ballpark, right? So he's going to look at that 585,000, look at those funds, and then he's going to make a recommendation to the council on how he sees and what his recommendation would be. And of course, it is ultimately the council's decision on how that money is allocated. And you certainly have the final say. And if there's going to be a shortfall and you want to take that risk, then your direction would be to staff that, okay, if staff is recommending 585 be spent in this way, if there's going to be a shortfall, we want this particular project to take that hit if there's going to be one.
Right. Phil and staff will bring us a good recommendation. That's my point. And we're not bound by any February discussion 2 years ago or philosophical discussion 6 months ago.
Oh, as far as your 4 priorities, no, you're not bound by that.
Right.
Because that was a part of the discussion at the end of the February discussion, was that it would be that 585 would be the priorities of the council, whatever those priorities would be.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me that you've done your due diligence in uncovering all this. We talked as a council about it's important to have credibility with commissions, with the public. And if there's been a misunderstanding, we can't take on that risk. But I just wanted to make clear that city manager and staff will advise us if we have a true shortfall, how we will address that within our city projects. We will do that. We, the city. That's what I was trying to make sure that we're all clear on. Are you good with that, Bessie Jo and Phil and Linda?
What you're doing is basically giving 35% off the top to this community process. And
for this year.
For 25. For fiscal year 25. And I suppose you can revisit that, on an annual basis as well. And so any beneficial outcome and any shortfall basically come back to this group for determination of how to apply it.
For 1 year only. And hopefully we get it fixed by then.
I don't know what's broken, but I think that.
Well, the communication, when I meant get it fixed, we get the communication fixed so that we're all on board with what do you do when there's less money collected.
the city government needs to budget to the lowest number. And when we get more coming in, it goes to the city. I think there's a finite amount of funds available every year, whether it's $1 million or $100,000. It is competitive, and every single thing that gets recommended for funding or people that apply for is valid.
You know, there's always more need than there is.
Yeah.
money.
And so, I mean, I think that it's, for me, like, I don't think it would be too difficult for these, you know, the priorities. We know we have the $200,000 to the parks that we have to have, has to happen. The sidewalks, we should continue to try to figure out how to fund a lot of that through our operating funds. Because it's a public works type thing, you know, it's a maintenance thing. And I think there's some, you know, a little bit of wiggle room if the funds come in under $900,000 next year, that if we don't put the, you know, $20,000 into the housing, or, you know, we could, I think we have bigger problems if we're going to bring in under $900,000 next year, really.
So as council, do we need to make a motion,
I would like that.
a formal
It's
motion?
Very clear. If we have a motion, it's very clear for this body, for the commission, and for the community on this.
It seems like we're in agreement of trying to do the right thing. Those are my words, and fix this credibility gap that happened for the 1 year only, and get this on track, and then try to improve our communications working together in the future. So Joe, what would that, you heard what we're interested in, what would it look like? We need to get this correct.
The motion would be to give direction that any excess of local tourism, local option dollars budgeted would go to city funds, and if there should be a shortfall of the tourism local option tax, then the city would, that shortfall would come out of the city funds.
For fiscal year 2025.
Fiscal year.
So moved.
On the basis of a $900,000 projection. So I think that, make the motion that we project a LOT budget of $900,000, of which 35% will be allocated to the lot commission for grants, and 65% allocated to the city, determined for their priorities. A shortfall.
But we can't do the percentage if we're giving them
It's a fixed number.
It's a fixed amount for them. So we're saying the 315,000 is going to the community ones either way.
Yeah.
Wait, then I'm not interpreting it the same.
Okay.
I'm interpreting that we are allocating a fixed budget, 35% of which goes to, you're saying we're just going to allocate the fixed amount of 315.
Correct. 315. So the budget is 900,000,
Yeah.
and of the budget, 315 is allocated to the tourism lot commission for those projects.
Yeah.
Okay, so because you don't want to do a percentage, because that 900,000 is fluid, we don't know if we're going to get 900,000. So the whole point of the discussion is if we should fall short of the 900,000, then the city council would get less than 585,000, but the lot commission would remain at 315.
I'm thinking exactly that. I'm just thinking then how you word it. The wording is, to me, that the projected budget is 900,000, 35% of which is 315,000. So we're allocating 35-65 split, which turns out to be $315,000 for the lot commission, and that is guaranteed. And then under the circumstances of a shortfall, and then the city takes the remainder of the funds or the surplus above 900,000. I guess how to word that the simplest way, but isn't it what we're establishing is a 35-65 split, not that we're going to set a fixed amount every year.
No,
We're only talking for 2025.
FY25, we are establishing a fixed amount for the commission
For 1 year only,
Yeah.
for FY25.
because this is it's a major shift in how it's been.
Yeah, it's the same. It turns out the same. It's 35%. So let's just call it 315,000.
Because that's their guaranteed amount. If
Yeah.
you say 35% and we get a million, then they would get 35% of a million.
Yeah, but
And then that adds the question of like, oh, now we have all these, now we have extra funds.
no, I get it. I just said we have a projected budget of 900,000. So that sets 315 as the amount.
Right.
And any overreach of that budget. So we're all saying the same thing. I just preferred calling it a percent of 900,000, that's what we're establishing in the future. My thought was we would project a anticipated amount, and we have a 35-65 split on that, and that's kind of our process. But let's word it the way Bessie Joe said. We're just doing semantics here. I think.
Bessie, you'll help us out again. And it's really important because we thought we had clear communication 6 months ago and it wasn't clear. You know, that's what. Yes, Dave.
This is Dave. I think a simple motion would be based on an estimate of 900,000 for 2025. The city will allocate $315,000 to the LOT commission, and the balance of any funds collected go to the city for their purposes.
Okay, thanks. Bessie Jo, are you good with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Linda, are you good with that? Is that clear to you, Phil? Is that clear direction if we adopt a motion for fiscal year 25 only?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, who would like to make that motion?
I move just as Lot Commissioner David Perry suggested.
David Petty.
Sorry,
And
Petty.
you captured that, Bessie Jo?
Yes.
Could you-
Second.
Okay, and Colby, you second it?
Yeah.
All right. May I have a roll call vote on that motion?
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nielsen,
Yes.
Mayor Giles,
Yes.
Councilmember Machesik,
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries. Bessie Jo, were you able to capture that?
yes.
Okay, thanks for bringing this to our attention, and I hope we added some value to try to get some clarity for fiscal year 25.
Thanks, council.
Thank you.
Thank
You.
Thanks.
Dave.
So we are on lunch break?
Yes, let me, I had direction for them to bring lunch down at noon.
Great.
I also just wanted to say thank you, council, for your consideration.
You're welcome, Tony. We appreciate both of you participating today. We've been going through some hard stuff, and it's important to be together on this and be a good partner, and we appreciate you helping us.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave, for the motion.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Yeah.
we'll get started. Lyle took a emergency call. He'll be right back, but we can get going and fill him in when he gets here.
Oh, damn.
So I want to apologize for shorting the budget packet. It only included water, but now you have a printed version of the entire budget worksheet. There's been a little bit of movement in it towards getting balance, but staff, we still have a little ways to go. So it's work in progress at this point in time. The budget worksheet summary at the very back page shows the balance of the governmental funds, how much we're over. And then it's all and is over. And LOT and water is in a positive situation, but that will be, those amounts will be allocated towards capital projects. And you heard from Nathan this morning about the significant investment LOT is making in our streets. The water plan, same situation. So, but still a little bit of progress to be made. And so we'll be meeting with department heads, Phil and I, the next couple of weeks for your July meeting, where we will ask you to set a tentative budget amount. So I made a couple of notes. I was going to call out some of the highlights, and then Phil, if you have comments and want to interject in that, please do so if I miss something.
I'll apologize to Linda because dropping into the middle of this process, bringing my ancient history is kind of a struggle for her, I'm sure, asking questions and why do you do that? Why don't you try this? And she hasn't killed me yet.
Yeah, but it's all good. I mean, it's nice having a fresh set of eyes because we get kind of stuck in a rut sometimes, always doing what we've always done. And it's been refreshing to have another way of kind of looking at things. So I think the discussions have been robust and pretty positive. Okay. So, so currently CIP is in progress. I'll have a draft of the CIP for Bill to review and make his recommendations, and we can work on assigning funding that you'll see at your next meeting. So this budget in front of you is just the base budget for O&M. Governmental funds are still, as I said earlier, short. We've decreased the balance, the shortage by 100,000, which is about 15% of what we were short originally. It's your last meeting in May. Golf is also short. Enterprise fund, and I think we've got a good trajectory and a plan for closing that gap in the next couple of weeks. So we've already decreased it by 30% from the last draft. So we've made some progress, but I think we've got a solution. I did hear news from the county for property taxes. And so the first version you saw did not include foregone construction. I was waiting for some final or some better numbers for assessed values to be able to calculate a preliminary levy rate. So I did that. And in your packet, there's an Excel spreadsheet that has pink lines or purple, whatever color we ended up printing,
Pink. which
is my version of the L2 worksheet, because what the state provides, I cannot use because they're all protected sites. So I drafted this, so I could have to make some reasonable forecasts on foregone and the new construction that we have available. I sent it to Doug at the county and he confirmed that my math looks right. So I should be close, if not. If anything else, not right on. So the new construction amount as calculated is $143,000. So that is 90% of the value of new construction, where the state legislature has passed legislation in the last couple of years that we can only take up to 90% of the value to calculate our new construction amount. So that is what that is based upon. And then foregone for operations and maintenance is 1% of the levy, our potential of the levy that we can levy for fiscal. And that works out to be $80,252, which would, our foregone total is 433,000. So that will then come off of that balance.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
For us back here, what sheet are you referring to when you're looking at that?
Oh,
We don't have to show it.
yeah, I can't, yeah,
Pink lines.
the pink one, okay. I tried to work the PowerPoint, the stuff online and taught it, I get all kinds of, so anyway. So I know, there's one calculation here that I do not have, which is the foregone for capital and expense, which that is calculated. We're eligible to take 3%, and that is a one and done. And I know, Mayor Bob, you've asked Phil to explain that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an option that I know some cities are really wary about the legislature actually removing foregone, just erasing it. And so I asked Phil to discuss, well, if that played out, and we were really thinking that could happen, what are our options for the capital?
I guess my question, and I didn't attend the AIC conference, would be, is this a new or a building trend in the current legislature? Is because this is, that comment has been bantered around over the last few years, at least 10 years, about foregone being at risk. What we're faced now with the 1% and the 3% of how much you can take foregone is kind of a result of that movement through the state, but
I think it was,
or new grumblings that makes it more imminent.
yes. The AIC conference was after the primary election. And so you can read into that a little bit. There are some, I think there's more concern now than ever. And these are really good people. Like example I used was Mayor John Evans from Garden City, who's very well respected throughout the state, who serves on the board of directors for AIC. And he was one of the people that pulled us aside and said, be really careful with this. You may lose it.
Okay.
That's where it came from.
I was just curious because I've been hearing that for a number of years. So I just wanted to know if there was a little bit more to it this year versus prior years.
There's more to it, but it's, who knows?
Still conjecture.
Yeah, I think clearly the standing of cities has not increased as a result of the primary elections. So you need to be on guard and be prepared to defend whatever powers we have left going into this, because our list of friends is declining. The mayor asked me to hum a few bars about the foregone, and maybe I'll try. What is foregone? For a number of years, decades, the ability to increase your what's called the property tax charge, which is the amount of property tax that you take in each year, was allowed to grow by 3% of the highest of the prior 3 years. And so that you could automatically add to your property tax charge. Cities and counties sometimes did not take the full 3%. And so what happened is, rather than, I guess, artificially encourage local governments from always taking the 3% under the theory of use it or lose it, they basically, the legislature allowed the city to accrue a foregone amount. So if you only took 2%, then you could basically stash this 1% over in an account here that you didn't levy, but you could at some future date. And so generally, local governments around have this tax capacity that exists over here on the side in addition to their regular 3% growth. As the mayor indicated, the legislature's been somewhat active in trying to help us manage our finances, and basically did a number of things recently, one of which is limiting how you can use this foregone amount. And you have a couple of options. One is what you have been doing over the last several years, is you can take 1% of your tax charge and basically have a public hearing on that. And then you can wrap that not only into your current levy, that rolls into your new levy that grows at 3% per year going forward. There's another option, which is basically to move you toward capital expenditures and could only be used for capital investment, is you could take 3% of your tax charge and use it in 1 year, but your authority then goes away. It does not get rolled into your tax charge and does not grow at 3% per year. Do I think our history has been that you're better off to basically, through the theory of compound interest, basically plug that 1%, a smaller amount, but basically plug it into your tax charge and let it grow over time, as opposed to taking a more significant hit on the foregone amount and losing that growth potential. And so I think what the current dialogue is there's a certain level of gamble, I guess, in saying that this current circumstance is going to last over time as we draw down this foregone amount, which is like 400 and some thousand for us. $433,000. So we're going to draw down 80 grand of it this year or something like that. We're recommending that. And so I think the question is the confidence we're going to have in the legislature to basically leave us alone to let us play this out, or are they going to mid-session next year basically do away with anything to do with the foregone? Don't know. And so I think what Mayor Evans was suggesting was you should grab all you can, the 1% or the 3%, and just in case the legislature comes in and does something drastic to that authority. Yeah, you have to choose between 1 and 3.
No, you can't do both.
You can do both.
Yeah, but you lose that 4% or that 3% compounding growth into the future. So it's, I think I mentioned to the mayor, it's like going to Reno. You don't know what the legislature is going to do. And so if you're confident that they're not going to do something drastic, then you continue doing what you've been doing and taking full advantage of the 3% growth going forward. If you're not, then you can take some more, but it's a one-time shot. That adequately helped.
Yeah.
Bring the issue.
Really, that's very helpful. And I'm currently, what's before us in our agenda is taking the 1%, what I call O&M or O&E.
Yes.
And I feel comfortable with that. I just wanted to make sure that that got put on the table so we knew what the options were.
Well, and I think if council recalls, taking the capital foregone was one of the funding strategies for offsetting the cost increases in construction of the new library. At that time, I didn't realize it was a one-time thing where you used it and it was gone. And so when I made that discovery, I visited with Annette, the city manager at the time, to change my recommendation, because in my opinion, if we use that for a one-time thing, we would be foregoing all that potential growth. it had a huge impact to the city in the future. And so if we could find another way of bridging that gap at the library, then that was my recommendation at the time. I think something else to consider, I don't know what the foregone amount is for Garden City. Some cities have huge balances in their foregone. I think at one time Twin Falls was upwards of 10 million, but I'm not 100% sure on the number, but it was a large number like that. Ours is relatively small. And I think, as Phil said, it's kind of what's your risk tolerance, in my words, as to what we think that the state legislature is going to do in the next session. But if we use it, we get to use those monies, but then we forego that potential increase if they don't do it next year or the year after.
But if they do take that action, there's still our money. We will still be able to use the full amount.
Well, I don't know. There have been proposals in the past that have not gone anywhere. Basically to make a big X through the foregone and say that doesn't exist anymore.
And you have to return it to the tax base.
Well, it has never been utilized. It's just this taxing authority that's over here that has been not exercised.
It's not real money.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
So what happens is it basically X's out that tax capacity reserve that's over here that we're slowly able to wrap into our base budget and grow at 3%. So if they do, that's just gone. And it's foregone, gone.
Well, again, after hearing all of your background on that, both of you, I'm comfortable with the way we proceeded fairly conservatively. And like you said, Linda, our amount is like O&M, for example, it gives us an $80,000 pump. The total amount in that taxing authority called foregone is only 400,000.
433. Yeah, 430.
So yeah, I think our strategy is a good one. Keep using it. Hope that we can educate down in Boise and State House and that it won't be taken away.
And then we've been able to forestall drastic action for a number of years. But as you note that the makeup of the legislature is going to change. And it's going to change substantially both in the House and the Senate. We've generally been able to depend on Chuck Winder to basically run interference for us. And he's wound up on the short end of the stick at the primary. And so that bulwark is no longer there. So I think we've talked about legislative presence down there. And I think I've always been a believer that in this Dillon Rule state that is Dillon Rule as we are, I think we should have as much an effective presence in Boise during the first quarter of the year as we can, because they ain't our friends.
Thank you for discussing that, both of you. Appreciate it. Council comfortable with what we have on paper? What Linda and Phil in terms of the foregone?
So another significant revenue stream for the city is development related revenues. I calculation comparing year to date through June for 23 and 24. And those receipts are trending down. I spoke with Michelle, and that goes back to what they're seeing. Activity is down a little bit, but we are still, they're still taking applications and things are still moving forward. It's just, I think there's a lot of pressures on the housing and development community and as far as the economy in the United States, period. So they are trending down, but the budget number that we have in the current draft of the budget, it's a little higher than this 24 budget, but it's still pretty conservative. And so we'll be keeping an eye on those as we go forward. See if we need to make any additional corrections in the budget for development related. So that's one that can be a little bit volatile.
And Linda, is that the new construction item?
No, that's development related revenues.
Building permit
So I
fees.
moved on from property taxes.
Building permit fees and land check.
Sorry, I should have.
Okay,
called that.
thanks.
So building permit fees, planning and zoning and those types of things. And these are just notes that I've made of the budget in general, the budget worksheets. I'm not really on a specific page other than I just presented the property taxes so you can see how things are calculated. I guess one thing I didn't mention with property taxes, the allocation through the funds has not changed to date. So currently all the new dollars are sitting in the general fund. So as we move through the balancing process, property taxes will be shifted around to whoever needs a little bit more or less taxes in 25. Any questions? I know it bounced around. I apologize. You trucking?
Sure.
Okay.
There'll be a quiz.
So, next one is shared revenues from the state. I went to the budget. It was a budget work session, mostly budget related portion that I attended down in Eagle for the AIC hosted, and they went through the budget process and some forecasting and trending that they were doing, shared revenues that they were, and things that they were seeing at the state level. And one of which was the shared sales tax. So last year, AIC forecast a 6.5% increase for fiscal 24. They have since decreased that to a 2.4% decrease in shared revenues going to cities for fiscal 24. Our actual revenue that, as compared to last year, that I'm seeing is a negative 5%. A negative 0.5%. So we're pretty flat in what we've been receiving to date. So I think as far as 24 is considered, I think we're doing okay. I typically use the AIC estimates when we budget for shared revenues. And
Is that reduction in part because less collected or because less allocated to cities?
well, they were shifting some of it out from cities to help fund the courts. And that was an incremental decrease over a few years, which I think that has since that's gotten to the split that they were, the target that they were trying to arrive at, which I believe was 50%.
I think so.
And so that's gone away. And so I think currently it's just the impacts of our national and state economies that people are not buying goods as much as maybe they were in prior years.
Or, the state's been cutting taxes. So they've been getting, earning beyond their budgets. And so the last few sessions, they've been basically reducing the tax burden from various sources, which then breaks down the amount of money that they have
That is true.
to be shared. So part of that is a conscious action on the part of the legislature that we get to share their pain.
Yeah. And that shared revenue, that's the alcohol.
No, I'm talking specifically about sales tax.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Maybe alcohol was the one that was decreased to fund the courts.
I think so.
Yeah, yes, it was. Yeah, thank you. So alcohol, I know they also touched on that we experienced that the dispensary experienced record sales during and immediately following COVID, but those sales seem to be flattening out. And so they're flattening out statewide than what we're getting back. And it also is depending on our current the liquor store here. And it's, we get more because we have a liquor store, but if their sales decrease, then ultimately, then that impacts our shared revenue that we get at the state level. So things seem to be flattening, if not decreasing, as far as trending.
Just coincidental. I think this is the highest volume liquor store in Idaho. Valley County is the highest consumption per person in Idaho, per resident.
Well, tell your friends and visitors to keep buying liquor at the liquor store.
Yeah.
You don't bring it up the road right here.
Yeah. Also, though, our liquor store supplies Riggins and the hotel industry and all that has a great big capturement area for it. But I'm pretty sure we're the highest volume.
I think they supply Riggins. They have their own liquor store at their contractor.
Maybe, I know we do the hotels and the bars here. They don't buy from a distributor, they buy from a liquor store.
Right. Yeah. So overall, but the projection from AIC is, yes, overall decrease of percent for shared revenue.
That's a lot.
It is a lot.
What's
but-
the actual dollars involved? You know, I mean, for
I was anticipating you would ask that.
well, I mean, because sometimes these things are really tiny, like 100,000.
So if we look at what's in your packet on the very, it's probably the first or the second page. Page 2 of the budget worksheet. This whole bunch of numbers. It's down about, well, actually it's at the top of the page. Actually, okay, let me back up. Page 1, the very last line is the liquor dispensary sales, and you can see prior year actuals for 22 and 23 and the dollar amounts. And then year to date. So we've got the first 2 quarters that we've received. So we'll be receiving another quarter amount in July. But we are trending to be somewhat under what's in the budget. Last year, I think it was, let's see. It was just 1,000 under what's in the current budget, what we receive actually. And so just gonna have to keep an eye on that. I think we're close to meeting budget, but I'll know more after we receive so we get a set amount until the end of the fiscal year. Then if the liquor dispensary hasn't gained in funds, then they allocate those out to all of the other districts.
The order of magnitude is about $375,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, great.
Wow.
from the liquor store.
Mm-hmm.
And then the top of the next page, then you can see the numbers, page 2, the numbers for the shared revenue. It's around 600,000, between 600 and 650,000.
Yeah, so actually, I was thinking the total number, thanks, Bob, it's really 4 or 5% of that number. So I was thinking of a magnitude higher, so it's roughly 1,000 or something.
When you have to balance a budget,
It's
It's
significant
important to know that.
Yeah.
when you're
Predict that, yeah.
looking at staff and other pressures on the budget, higher costs for doing business. It all adds up.
Yeah.
So on a lighter note, for revenues in the airport, we have, you guys, you approved a contract with Vector to collect landing fees for us. And so hopefully we'll get what they think they can provide for us. But in the current year budget, we're being ultra conservative until we see what's going on with that. And we're budgeting for 90,000 and having a contingency amount in the airport that will allow us to bring those extra additional funds into the active part of Emily's budget so that she can do some things that she's been trying to figure out how to get accomplished.
when you get the budget, you'll see corresponding revenue contingency and a expenditure contingency of equal magnitude, so that if indeed the projections are realized beyond our ultra conservative estimate here, then we don't have to come back and amend the budget. You could actually proceed to do projects. So giving ourselves as much flexibility as possible, but being, again, conservative in estimating.
And there are contingencies in every fund for the city, and depending on the historic occurrence of dollars coming in that we don't anticipate, some funds have larger contingency than others. And so, which does, as Phil said, gives us flexibility. So we don't have to do a budget amendment for every little thing that comes in. And those are those contingent revenue and expense transfers that I bring before you to actually get your approval to move them up from to move monies from contingency up into the active part of the budget. And then another point about how we're going to try and balance this budget is we have one-time revenues, which are carry forward. So whatever monies we don't anticipate spending in fiscal 24, but the project's going to be gone going into fiscal 25, then we can carry forward those dollars into fiscal 25. So, and then also our available cash, which can be used. Those are one-time dollars. And so any projects like planning or studies or capital related projects or one-time purchases are eligible for that type of funding. And so that's a way that we can work our way to get closer to balanced. And so those are revenues. I don't know if there's any other questions about revenues. I just pulled out kind of the highlights of some of the more major ones. We have some more relatively smaller ones that have different pressures, one of which is LOT and tourism and streets. And so Bessie Jo provides you a report on those every month. And so I didn't call those out specifically, but some. So if you, as you go through the budget worksheet and you see anything and you have any questions, please don't hesitate to shoot Phil or I an email and we can bring back an answer, or at least make sure we have an answer to any questions or concerns and revenues at next budget work session.
Or if you'd like, just come in and sit down and we'll all be happy to walk you through it. So.
Yeah, that too. Okay, so I was also, so the next piece of the budget are expenditures. And so one of our largest expenditures across the whole city is personnel. And so there's been a few changes since your last version of the budget that you saw. So I've asked Tracy to maybe call out a few things and point out some of the increases, decreases, personnel.
However, not a lot has changed. We did get our final rate from AAA. We had budgeted 10%, and the actual rate came in at 7.5%. It wasn't a huge savings. It was less than $50,000 overall. The Delta Dental's renewal contract came in at a 0% increase, but again, dental is a very small expense, so that was less than $5,000 overall savings there. We did, in working with Phil and going through personnel requests, the current version that you're seeing does include one additional police officer and a part-time administration assistant in the water fund, which I know water is in the black by a ways, so that's not a huge concern there. We don't have any other significant changes to report. The current draft still shows a 4% market increase for staff, as well as equity adjustments. And I think Phil had kind of worked through that, and it's more than 30% of the positions or the people in those positions will be getting an adjustment something greater than 4%. That does bring our salary chart to a level, market level. I know the last time We did a major compensation study. The council's direction at that point, or the compensation philosophy, was to match the market. So that is kind of how I get, what my goal is every year when I start out with the data, is to match the market being 0. And so that is what our salary chart is currently. I believe that we are going to do a compensation study, like hire a consultant and have them come in and do a compensation study. And so one of the things that they will do is talk with you guys, because ultimately that's our kind of guiding light for how we determine where we want our salary chart to be. Do we want to be lagging the market, keeping up with the market, or do we want to be leading the market? And if so, by how much? And so that's kind of one of those determining factors that tells me how, where we want to be. So how much needs to be adjusted. And so that's kind of the driving factor behind that. But it sounds like we're probably going to have a chance to revisit that again in the upcoming year. It's for fiscal 25. And I'm not sure, Phil, if you have anything that you would like to add to that.
Just to elaborate a little bit on that, the salary study, I think the last one we did was in 18. It was a comprehensive analysis of how we structure our pay and so forth. And, we've been a fairly consistent with how cities and counties and public entities generally approach compensation. You've got, basically linked ranges and some prescribed distance between the ranges and some mechanism for moving through that. And so that's been fairly consistent in terms of how cities have dealt with this issue for as long as I've been around. That's been a long time. I've been watching the difficulty that we've been having in terms of recruiting people for particularly specialized positions into this marketplace. We've got we live in a state that's purposefully low wage, and we've got a situation where housing prices don't acknowledge that. They're going at a very high rate. And so we got this growing dichotomy between general levels of compensation, particularly in the public sector, and kind of the marketplace that we're existing in. And I know the hospital has had to make some adjustments in terms of how they approach these kinds of issues. And certainly, McCall is not unique in that, either in this state or in the West. And so I think one of my thoughts was to retain somebody to come in and basically take a look at the standard system. But is there somebody somewhere who's successful in addressing this issue in an outside the box manner? And I don't know what that is, but I think we have to recognize that, we deliver service on the backs of employees, and we can budget for positions. If you can't fill them, we're still not doing anything. And so trying to figure out how to crack that nut, maintain internal and external equity, trying to respond as best you can to a high cost environment, because not only do their housing prices exceed the national trend, the fact that if you're going to get something up here, you got to put it in a truck and drive it up here by diesel gas. So that's, the cost of everything up here is more expensive than it is in the valley. So how do we accommodate all of this stuff when we recognize that this personnel posture is the most significant cost driver in the budget? And we're never, ever going to keep up with the housing cost issue. But how can we structure ourselves to be in as good a position as we can, understanding the council's desire to make sure that we honor our people, that we retain our people, and we're in a position to recruit people when we need them. And, the old methodology, let's just drive the base rates up, you're never going to catch it. And so I think, is there a different approach to doing this? Frankly, I have no idea. But what we've been doing, I think, has not produced the results that we think we need. And so if you'll stick with me or my successor, that try to find some way to analyze this in an out-of-the-box manner to basically honor your posture vis-a-vis the employees, maintain fiscal responsibility, because whatever we do is going to be an ongoing cost. And you don't want to be in a situation where you have, 3 well-paid people because you had to lay everybody off to pay the 3 you got left. And so, ultimately that's where you get. And so trying to balance those equities, I think, is one of the more significant challenges that I see going forward.
Yeah, I think maybe when we talked to the hospital about the process they went through to try to come to that same type thing and who they hired to do that, and ultimately came across with a cost of living adjustment. And they're reticent to do that. But in looking at Sun Valley and McCall area hospitals, those two in their system, they said, we can't have standard pay. We can't match Idaho's base and really and achieve our goals as you just expressed in those 2 areas.
So, yeah, and my guess is we're not the only ones wrestling with this point. And I think if we expand our frame of reference, maybe that will give us some education that we might not get if we ride the same old horse. And frankly, I don't know what it's going to look like. So hopefully you'll give us a little bit of leeway to look outside the box.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah,
It's going to take some time, but I think we got to look into those kinds of things.
some of the findings for St. Luke's were really quite surprising. You say that you gotta get outside the box. It's more involved in trying to come up with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Compensation is a struggle at best. And
I wouldn't take any advice from St. Luke's personally.
But anyway, it's a difficult situation because, trying to honor your employees, trying to maintain fiscal solvency with the primary cost driver is an issue that is always before us and is very, very difficult to find the sweet spot. So appreciate your indulgence on that.
Mm-hmm. But are we offering too many services?
Well, I guess maybe that goes back to the strategic planning conversation I had this morning is, what is our vision and what is our primary mission? And I think one of the issues that I'll probably point out as we bring the budget back is we tend to get enthusiastic about building stuff, and we're less enthusiastic about maintaining it. And it's not that we're not enthusiastic about it, but that's not part of the initial equation. And I think as we take on new obligations, whether they're capital obligations or programmatic ones, I think the understanding the long-term cost of those and how that impacts the existing service level of existing services, I think is maybe a step that we might want to hone our analysis on a little better.
Yeah.
I get to be the Grinch that stole Christmas.
Yeah, but I think today's question
Someone's got to be a wet towel.
I've had a life of it. Anything else, Tracy, you need?
I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
So I shared with Phil and Tracy when I got back from AIC conference that we're in, as far as compensation and trying to keep up with COLAs and other indices, and those aren't the correct terms, but you get where we're headed. And the 4% increase that Tracy talked about, there are many cities that cannot afford 3%, cannot afford 2%. They're really struggling. They might be in a smaller budget area where housing is not as extreme, but still they felt bad about that, and they realized the effects that we talked about earlier, the legislature limiting our tax ability, for example, on new construction, things like that. So I feel like we're doing pretty well, and probably the best, balancing act that we can.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but again, I would reiterate that at this point, I'm owning this recommendation, so I'm the one that's to blame if it's not enough. Okay, move on to a couple of issues, because part of my effort you will see is kind of some restructuring of the budget. The one you might notice most is I think I've got 120% decrease in the city council budget. Darn right. What that means is, for some reason, there have been huge external expenditures budgeted in the city council budget. The TBT account was there, and the McPaws, and there's
a golf transfer there.
Golf transfer. There are a number of things that were housed in the city council budget. And why is that? And well, because that's the way we've done it. And so I think that distorted what the real cost of governance is. And it seemed to me that while you will still direct whatever those numbers are going to be, you don't need to carry them in that department budget. So what I've asked Linda to do is move those down into the general administration budget, which is basically a non-departmental house where things that don't reside in a particular department go. And so we'll manage it from there, and it'll be outside the council budget. The other thing that you will see is pretty much contrary to the conversation we had this morning. And that was where I was suggesting we take the TBT allocation out of the general fund and move it up into the city share of lot and pull the park refund $200,000 down into general, basically swapping them. Now, a budget nerd gets into this stuff. But anyway, the reason I was suggesting that is there's a finite conclusion to that park's payback. Because I think after this year, there's two more $200,000 payments. And so at that point, the general fund will be relieved of that $200,000 annual commitment. And so at that point, that is the most, flexible fund for you to budget for your basic services. And so as we look at possibly additional public safety expenditures, or funding more housing programs, or if something comes out of climate action that you're going to need to have funding, having that $200,000 obligation off that book allows that amount of money to come in to the council's discretion at that point. That moves the TBT account up into that lot, upper number, lower number, however it comes out these days. And that seemed appropriate because that's, again, somebody else's program and not our base program. And in looking at our commitment there, we're spending, I think, about $256,000 a year on transit. We have seen those numbers grow fairly significantly in recent years. We also believe that our share of the total has also increased because our partners down valley have not encountered the same level of increase that we have. And so what I've suggested to some of you that I've spoken with is, okay, we can go ahead and let this run this year, but I think in 2025, we need to step back and see if this service is meeting what we need to have done for the amount of money we're paying for it. And are there alternatives that can produce same or better results, either for more or less money, that respond better to the needs of this community? And, we've not really, I think, had that analysis done in recent years to basically ask the tough questions and understand what we're being asked to support and our willingness to continue a fairly aggressive growth curve in the cost of that service. So it seems to me that we ought to basically step back and see whether or not there's a better way to cut this mustard. So again, I don't need a response today, but when it comes back, there's been some of these structural changes that are not willy-nilly. They have some theory behind them. And I think will generate some work and probably work session time for the council as you basically get under the hood of these things and understand what makes them tick and see if how you might want to adjust or reconfirm our posture on those services that are being performed by others.
So where was the TVT, or where you?
Well, it was in the city council budget.
Okay.
And it's not there anymore. It's down in the administration budget.
Okay.
And there's the 256,000. It represents, checked with Linda a minute ago, represents the general fund amount and the amount that was in the community side of the lot allocation as well. So that is the 256 is the full amount that city resources go to fund the service. Am I stating that correctly?
Yes.
For services that are not, there's no fee for, there's no revenue return on that.
Right.
You say redo it, we look at the opportunities. There's several ways to look at that, but
there's other communities have kind of experimented with something called microtransit. And basically what they've done is create a city-sponsored Uber or like that. And basically it's on-demand service in a small vehicle that comes and gets you when you want to be picked up and take you where you want to go. Subsidized substantially by federal transit funds. And so I think if I were calling the shots, I'd want to take a good look at that as a potential alternative for a community of this size and character. I think what I've learned here recently in looking at the various issues is our population is generally older than a statewide average and not as economically well off. And so I think we need to be understanding that the future, I think, of a growing elderly population, how they're going to get around in a community like this. So again, this is not a silver bullet that's going to be quickly fixing anything. I think stepping back and taking a long-term look at how we're doing certain things, I think will at least allow it to happen consciously as opposed to happen to us.
I mean, that's transportation. So, what you just talked about is a key part of it. But, when we look at the traffic and the parking and all the issues that we have a whole cultural shift that we need to make in transportation and how people move around this community.
And we didn't design for it.
No. But buses are a lot cheaper than streets.
Give you a downer. Yep.
And something else that I've been noticing, we have a significant number of leases for everything from mowers to heavy equipment, loaders, track hoe, or not track hose, but anyway, it's not my world, so I'm just looking at some of the descriptions I see come across, but
Big expensive things.
yes, big, yeah. There you go. And as those leases age out, so we enter typically into 5-year leases. We don't own the equipment. So we enter into new leases. And so as interest rates continue to rise, so does our cost for leased equipment. And so I think this is another area that needs to be examined as well, as far as leasing versus owning. I know these big pieces of equipment come with big price tags, but it's just an area of increase that's put a lot of pressures on the budget, as well as personnel and other costs. So in 2024, we've got new leases for mowers that are beginning this year. New leases for street equipment, and also there's lease equipment proposed in recreation for the downtown core and sidewalk maintenance. And so as those leases are removed, interest rates are up, and so therefore our cost. And so it's just years ago when we first moved to leased equipment versus purchased equipment, the lease rates were significantly lower than what we're experiencing today. And it made sense back then with the Fraser decision. We couldn't just go into long-term debt for those kinds of items. And so just something to put in the back of everyone's heads that it's another area of current policy or current practice that may need a little more examination from my perspective.
Well, Nathan talked about that this morning. He had a lot of leases, were really expensive things. Mm-hmm. And he agreed with, your assessment on that. I mean, he's trying to figure that out. And some of his suggestions made sense for us to, I guess, try would be, instead of always leasing, say, a big $500,000, $1 million piece of equipment, like a big front end loader or something we use for plowing. He was going to try to look at a shorter term lease, I think it was, and then buying the equipment, or maybe it was a longer term lease, but still buying the equipment at the end of the lease and retaining ownership of it.
And almost all of these leases have buyout clauses, but that's also a significant investment when you have 5 pieces of equipment that's on one lease. And so just everybody kind of putting our heads together to see if there's a better solution.
Yeah, I think that's great. And maybe we learn through a few of the pieces of equipment we bought, a few of them we lease, mm-hmm. or we buy them after we lease them or whatever, and gradually shift a little. But like you said, we went through this 10 years ago, and that was, at that time, it was really a good thing to do. Leasing was smart.
So, on the CIP, the last item I had on my list of things to point out, I just wanted to say that we state that the city manager filled in a proposed CIP for his consideration and work through projects and acquisitions for fiscal 25 and a plan going forward through 29. I've received revisions of current projects that are on the CIP, the fiscal 24 CIP with numbers rolled forward into 29. And then there are a few new project requests that are being processed and entered into our CIP software. You heard about streets and water projects this morning, and those also will be included in a draft CIP for your consideration at your next meeting.
And those are big numbers. Again, is there much leeway in those numbers? Because now we're talking like $10 million a year total CIP.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so, you know, a couple percent there is, they're scrapping one of those projects.
And there you've got money and you got time. As you saw with some of the street projects, you can't afford them, so you move out into the future. And so basically it's a balancing act of you know, risking inflated construction costs by pushing it out, and looking at the competing priority of a current year's construction. So again, it's not an exact science, but again, when you're dealing with, you know, relatively fixed resources, you have a little more flexibility in the water rates because you get to set those. Have a chance to talk about that, but generally, I think you've got a finite revenue base and trying to balance between, you know, current operations and capital investment has always been a major balancing act for people that do stuff like us. And, you know, I think I've seen too many places where the entire budget goes off to operations, and so the systems fall apart. And that's not doing anybody any favors. And so I think clearly you have to keep a focus on that infrastructure investment, plus recognizing what it's going to cost to maintain it, both in terms of just things and stuff you buy and the people who do it. So it's a complex process we're involved in, and the numbers are significant.
And yet you keep pushing them off, and you're in kind of like the situation of Idaho schools.
Mm-hmm.
They keep pushing pretty soon you have 70% of the schools have unsafe rooms because you've never done the required infrastructure in a timely manner.
I think at the time the streets LOT first was approved by the voters, we were in a similar situation with deferred maintenance and our inability to put enough money into repaving an entire street, or, you know, it was a choice. Well, we're going to repave a street or we're going to put a roof on a building. And so those were some difficult decisions. So I think we've made good progress on some of that deferred maintenance, especially in streets with streets LOT. But I think we still have some issues and some things that need to be looked at. And as time goes on, that list just keeps growing. As you kind of heard from Kurt last night on the parks and some of the things that we need to do for down at Legacy and or the boat ramps and those parking lots over there in that area of town. So,
but the good news is you've been good stewards of the community's fisc. And so you've got resources that you can purposely draw on to achieve certain outcomes. And so we're not in a situation where everybody's desperate on an ongoing basis. So we're not suggesting that you should ever go on a wild spending spree, but I think applying those benefits of the resources that you have reserved, I think is putting us in a better stead than many communities in this state, because I know a lot of them really are living hand to mouth.
So that goes back to our fund balance policy. So we have set aside reserves for budget stabilization and to get us through from property tax distribution from the end of the year until we get our first big infusion of cash. Allows us to have reserves to sustain us and also after we've met those reserves, we have some funds that we can put towards capital projects or ones expenditures. In all the funds, not just in the general fund.
And that's good fiscal stewardship.
And we're 3 million something rather in that reserve fund now, or for the
I
library?
guess. I'm sorry.
After the library,
After the library, yes, we're, I put, it was presented to you at your last meeting. I think we're at 2.5 million of cash that we can put towards capital projects in the general fund. And then each fund has their own little balance, which those are restricted to only be spent in the individual funds that generated those reserves.
I think we've worn them out.
I think so, and I did not meet Colby's 1:30 timeline.
it was 2:30, wasn't it? Or are we gonna do 1:30?
Well, we were trying to give you a bonus, but again, thank you for your attention, your question. Happy to, if you got questions now and need clarification of any of this stuff that I've got on the table, happy to answer it now or meet with you. A little more about what I'm thinking.
Well, sounds good to me.
Yeah, me too. I really like that invitation. Come see me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll even buy the coffee.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor of adjourning today's meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Press the button.
there.